The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Producerr of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Producerr of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Producerr of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Producerr of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Producerr of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Producerr of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What is up? That's right. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. I hope everybody enjoyed their little Memorial Day holiday, because I sure as hell did. But, again, things happen. Good thing it happened on a Monday, not on a Tuesday. CTK Kennels. That's Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. What up, fam? CTK, I'm going to get back to your question here in a minute, man. I'm going to address that one because that's a good question. Big shout out to Johnny 5, LBC 213 in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? What up, though? Big shout out to my main man, homie in the house. 6143 in the house representing. What up, fam? Bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Havoc 360 in the house, showing love. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank by way of Bloodthirst. Yo, Warrior Eagle Yard Boy, a.k.a. Eli Monster. What up, fam? You know what? I'm going to address you too, Warrior Eagle. Now, I know you all down in them Carolina ways and everything. You know, I know where you at. You ain't but too much from where we at. No, it ain't ever going to be. It's not always about the Mayday dogs. I know you keep hearing it because, again, we still talk about the Carolinas. You know how y'all is down there with y'all Eli shit. But come on, sometimes you just got to accept it. At this point in time in our history, them dogs just don't, they just, I'm going to put it out there, man. Red Boy Jeep Rascal. Come on. You're going to have to run across that shit anytime you're talking about great dogs. So sometimes you just got to take it for what it is. You don't have to jump on the bandwagon. But don't become a part of the losses. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all we're trying to show you. We didn't make up the history. The history put it out there itself. I know sometimes you guys get tired of hearing it, but it is what it is. And until you come up with something better, that's why we try to cover it all, because it ain't just about Mayday. You got to keep back and just think about, where did that shit come from? This is why I want to talk about this shit tonight, simply because it's not about the Mayday. It's not about Jeep. What it is about the people who took dogs off of those dogs and made them worth talking about. Can't help that we always go back to Tudor, Carver, and Kobe. I mean, I know we've been beating y'all up with that shit. But let's take a look at reality. Y'all give me one other way to look at this shit. All we doing is telling you exactly this is what history puts out there. Now, if you want to find fault in everything that we saying, come back and give me a better argument. We always tell you we're going to discuss things based off our histories and our understanding. Not saying that everybody understands this game the same way. But at this point in time, this is our podcast. So we're going to try to explain it our way, and we give everybody the opportunity to get up here and do the same. Because the reality of this whole conversation, especially on our end, is based on the experience and our knowledge and the people that we have been blessed to watch, talk to, watch what they do, and let history take care of the rest. Because without that, we wouldn't have nothing to talk about. So if our plan is to sit here and try to discuss things that are going to be relatable, factual as possible, and then you can take it and use it and put your own twist on it. But the thing about history, there is nothing that you can go back there and change. See, we deal with a whole lot of stories, but even through them stories, we got to go get back to all the bullshit. What's the fact? Why are we even talking about this story? What is it about this story that we have to talk about this person and this dog? Because if they wasn't shit, we wouldn't be talking about them regardless of what the story was. And y'all know we have always stood on that point right there. It's hard to talk about a littermate that didn't do shit. So it's hard to remember the ones that didn't compared to the ones that did. You just remember they weren't the only ones in the litter. The good ones, they just weren't the only ones in the litter. Other ones didn't make the team and they wound up in other people's hands. That's basically how that shit goes. But it's not all about Mayday, man. It's about a whole lot of shit, but there was a whole lot more shit that made Mayday. A whole lot of shit prior to Mayday. And we happen to go back, regardless of what dogs we talk about, we're going to always try to keep it down to for what it is. Why, how, and who. Big shout out to Bugs with the goods in the house. What up, fam? Union County. What up, fam? Bulldog. I see you, fam. Let's see here. I want to make sure I got everybody. Big shout out to my main man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, bam? Yo, big shout out to my man, Welsh. Pitbull Max Supplements in the house. What up, Walsh? Welsh, no, I'm sorry. I'm seeing that. Who else we got here? I feel you on that. War Eagle. Red Boy Jocko, probably the best cross ever. You're just not a fan. You're right. Oh, I don't hold that against you either, fam, because I know the country you come from. Y'all die hard on damn Eli dogs. Y'all are die hard. And believe me, I come from that area. And I understand. Truly understand. Big shout out to Walnut, PA in the house. What up, fam? You know what I mean? You know, areas where you come from generally do make a difference. You know, considering that, you know, we had dogs in Carolina, and we had dogs in Ohio, and we had dogs in Florida. So that's 3 different states that we were amongst different, you know, people in the community when it came to these dogs. So, you know, we learned a lot from each area. And I have to, you know, give it to it, man. I mean, come on. How much better can a person be when you're around all that greatness sometimes? You talk about Ohio, up there around Detroit, New York, PA. I mean, look at all the places just from Ohio that we touched down in. In the beginning, we talking about Carolina. We talking about people like Kimsey and James Edwards and Cheryl Powell and them, like, you know, the average person, you read about them people, you know, the people in books, some of them people. It's different reading about them in a book than knowing them personally, fellas. There is a big difference. 'Cause I can tell you the conversations. I can tell you the way they thought. I can tell you how they felt about certain things. And especially when you're talking about people in Carolina that we didn't even know who these people really were. But to look back on it now and to read about them and to know that you sat down and talked to them, like a lot of these old dogmans that we have talked to over the years, you can kind of understand a lot more of why they're in people's book, or why people talk about them, or why they got great dogs. I mean, that's the purpose that you want to have when you're around people that are successful in doing what they're doing. Find out what they're doing. Find out what the fuck they got on their minds. Pick them if they're willing to give it. Don't step to it and all of a sudden have to try to explain what the fuck you know. That's why we always say when a dog man walk, a good dog man walk in the room, shut your mouth and shut up. Just shut up, sit down, because you can't hear if you're talking. I'm a true, strong believer in that. We copycat off greatness. We always told y'all that. We don't make up shit. We copycat. But when it really came down to it, we were also the ones that said, can't nobody tell us how to do what we're going to do with these dogs. Those things do happen. We speak on it because at that point in time, I know y'all don't get along, but y'all ain't going to, because y'all don't get along, not going to tell us what to do with our dogs. That was just a way you deal with two people that you're friend with, you know, and how do you handle that? Well, it can be you losing friendships. Remember, we had that a couple times happen. Remember the Big Mike situation, you know, the hardcore situation. You know, sometimes you got to make hard decisions based on what you're doing. You know, because I think that's the part that's important. Never was really trying to hurt Mike. I thought Mike really wanted to go get that. You know, that's the way that was our impression. And if that's what caused the friendship, then you know, you shouldn't have been saying it because we was just looking out for you. You wanted a bad. No, you know, we got contacts. We can make this happen. For real, friend. But it just didn't turn out like that. You know, I have many of these stories where friendships went to shit due to certain situations. But again, if they were your true friends, you know what I'm saying? If they were your true friends, at some point you come to see eye to eye on things, and then you just let it go by. And that's the way I took it. My man Constant, Trauma Kennels said, twin, you think dogs go stale if you take them out and then put them up for months? Not, no, nah. Because having a yard full of dogs, um, I'm only speaking because we've had what y'all would consider, I think, well, I consider a big yard. I'm gonna say I don't know what you guys consider a big yard, but I think 40 dogs was a big yard. I think 15 and 20 dogs was a big yard. I think what we had in North Carolina, that was a little yard. Well, about 4 or 5 dogs on that yard. That was you know, they were good dogs, but I didn't consider that a big yard. I thought 15 dogs was a big yard for to be living in the city. But 40 dogs on 5.5 acres, nah. You know, that 5.5 acres had 80 dogs at one point. When it comes to dealing with that many dogs, it's hard for dogs to go stale. And if you know, read between the lines, you know, you remember we put the best on the best. So at some point, they just never get stale. And being I'm talking about it, when you're dealing with situations like that, you got to take the importance of the small things that I guess everybody would think is the norm. You know, what's the age limit? 2, 3 years? At what point when you say put them away, get stale? Well, once they get started, the point is, what was the purpose to get them started? Did you do it at 18 months, 17 months? Because the younger they are, the better chances you're going to get where you're trying to go as far as why you started. If you don't have a lot of dogs, I would see a problem with a dog sitting out of 6 months to a year, all depending on, you know, what happened. How was it? It was kind of easy for us because we was never used to going long, and we had we had some monsters, you know. And if you take and look at some of our um, match reports, you find us in them bugs a lot. We wasn't always using the same dogs. So that's the way I be looking at it. Maybe we could have had a lot more champions on our yard if we had just stopped, took time, you know. But we didn't take time. We just move off to the next one and then work our way back around. So hard to sit there and jump out there with a one-time winner when you got something else over here the same weight that you need to get on because it's just time. So yeah, stale is hard to do when you get them started, because at that point, you know, remember, you're going to have that heal up time. How bad was it? Well, if you're doing it at 30 and no damage done, what you want me to say? Shit, he could be, you know, he could be ready in another 8 weeks. Take 2 months off, and then you back, you know, got him back on the market. Back in them days, if you pay attention to how a lot of these dogs gain their championships and grand championships, and just look at their fight career. Their fight career will tell you, if you're looking at the person who has a dog and what other dogs he had on his yard, why these dogs never got stale. You know, and then it's hard for me to tell you what a stale dog is. You know, that's another good one, because I can't really, like, look, here's what I call stale, fellas. All right, you put a dog in key, you got him all good, ready. You get there, it don't go down, other dog overweight, you just pick up your shit, you go home. Now you don't put in all that work, and then say they was only like a half a pound overweight. Then they call you back, say they put up a new lockup, and let's do it. Now, I feel like if you were to take them up on that offer, you have the possibility of bringing a stale dog. When I mean stale, he's not going to be the same dog he was that had prepared for on the night that you prepared him for. And I'm pretty sure when that fell through, you didn't go home and keep him working. You didn't go start your keep. Now you're dealing with a 9 or 10 week keep. You know, you sit there and you let him just chill out, and you jump up, and all of a sudden you're ready to go faded, and you come in and you get your head cracked. Why? Because you look at the dog and say, this was not the same dog. Why? Because we know it happens. We all know it happens. History tell you it happens. I think Mayday and Cody wouldn't have went that long if they had did the things when they were supposed to do it. If Mayday hadn't went through all the things that he had went through prior to that match, that if he had been done when they were supposed to do it, it would not have went that long. But that just goes to show you when I be talking about the stale shit, because if that's what you call stale, because it's not really the same dog. You know, dogs peak, and you're supposed to catch them right there at their peak. Anything after that is going to start declining. You know, and you know, some people get that notion that you can take an off the chain dog and go into a match dog. You know, I've heard that saying before. And you can. I mean, around where we, how I'm just saying around where we played at. But Fast Lane, you was that's like, you know, that's kind of shit rookies do. You know, that's kind of shit you do in the hood, because that was the kind of stuff that some of the bigger kennels used to take advantage of, and they wouldn't even report it because it was such an embarrassment. But they would do it anyway just because somebody is foolish enough to do it. I don't know what the odds was or how many was successful getting away with it, but I don't know. I have never known of any that were able to do that and become something great. Remember Barracuda was actually fought 4 times before his 5th match was even reported. And all of them was off the chain. But that's what they said. But if you knew the people who had Barracuda, he was never really off the chain. He was always ready. Look at the times in between each one of his matches. You see that in it, and you getting somebody with a dog like that off the chain, that's a sucker play. And you know how many suckers it was that fell for that play? That when it started costing people, it was because of those early sucker plays that everybody felt like, well, he wasn't in condition. He was off the chain and he can't do that same shit in shape. Well, he was the same dog off the chain that you seen when he was when he was in shape, because he was never not in shape. Because back in them times, people was trying to get on and they was falling for that sucker stuff. Them OTCs people didn't respect them OTCs. But yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We respect them just enough to take your money. And that's been, straight blunt about it. Because I felt that was always some sucker shit. And if you were stupid enough to do it, then let's do it. Well, nobody going out there ready to report it simply because of that. But there wasn't, it was a whole lot of it going. It was a whole lot of it going on. You feel me? And that's just one of them things where you chalk it up and you try to tell people, the backyard shit is a whole lot different than when you're out there in what we consider the fast lane. Because you don't know what that man got. You don't know what type of work he's doing, but it don't even damn it matter. One thing for sure, they're going by the rules. It's a contracted condition match. All that in order, you better be right. Let's see what we got here. Big shout out to my man Ben in the house. What up, fam? I see you. DB at 03. What up, fam? Big shout out to BRB. I see you, fam. Cause, man. Cal TV in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Brandon Newhouse. What up, fam? Cannabis Cowboy. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. Jason Clark. What up, fam? Let's see what else I got here. Now, I'm going to put this link out here. Hey, fellas, now what I wanted to ask y'all, have you noticed that when we talk, when we talk these bulldogs, and if you notice a lot of the match stars we talk about, they got some type of title. And do we look at them and we talk about them because of their match careers? But when we go into their breeding careers, And then we got them great ones. You know, the ones that just like Jeep. Indian, you know, Indian Bolio was one of them ones that was a producer, but was he a great match dog? No. Could have been, but how's the story told? You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my man, Mr. O. Mr. O said, talk about them off the chain losers that were sold afterwards. hey, hey, Mr. O, you know them ones they sell for 2,500, made him a one-time, two-time winner OTC. You know they got him off, and they made sure they moved him out of the neighborhood. Because you know that's how they did. They moved him out of the neighborhood because pretty much that's where it happened at. And somebody else gonna see him later and say, man, I seen that dog before. So and so, who you get that dog from? So and so, man, I seen him quit. You know, y'all have heard them stories. Them 2,500s. Cause them OTCs, you know, the only way you fell for that shit is you just didn't know better than you was trying to come up. Cause sometimes they say, you know, it's too good to be true. Yeah, there's be a whole lot of that. And so people got smart about it. That's why they start putting them taxing you for it. That's what good pedigrees back in the day could save you. It was a good pedigree, even though the dog quit. They could take that dog, unless, he was out there and he went into some competition and it just got, once you hit the journal, it's hard to be out there trying to sell a dog that quit. Unless you're Gary Hammond. And I'm only saying that because of the Don Mayfield interview. He said he would go buy people's curves and shit. You never know because Don Mayfield. He's a legend back there. He had his little say, but come on, man. People have grudges and people say foul shit about people. But if Gary Hammond was totally a bunch of piece of shit, I still read about Gary Hammond in a whole lot of people's books. A whole lot of people in the past wrote stories about him. So he was definitely noteworthy and just wasn't just anybody out there buying a bunch of dogs. Because I heard the man had over 100-something dogs. So, and he's still one of the legendary people of the game because look at the people who talk about him. But that's just one of them things, man, to where, you try not to get into the storytelling if you make all the right decisions, because I still believe that everything that landed on our yard that we fed and took care of, we was responsible. We're supposed to be responsible enough to understand that we made those decisions. So however it turns out, we have to accept that and learn from those same decisions. And just as much as we tell you about our good, you have heard enough about our bad based on the decisions we made. So it's not like we paint a rosy picture in this whole thing. Think about all the dogs that got stolen. Think about some of the dumb things trying to go up 7 pounds uphill on 2 occasions. Those to me are some of the dumb things. Leaving the dog in the car, thinking it's cool in the shade. All these are just the dumb things that you learn from, and once they happen to you, like yard accidents. Once it happens, and you lose a good one, Mo, for him, the good one was the mechanic bitch. Right off mechanic. Had, dog had a promising future. And Bebe fucked that up. So the mistakes we make in these dogs go a long way. you learn from it. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Johnny Rockets in the house. What up, fam? Now look, y'all, I put this link up here because I want y'all to help me out of here. And I know Kaz in the house, and Kaz does a lot of research. When you're dealing with these American Pit Bull Terriers and the history of these dogs and the success, looking at this from an analytic picture, would you say most great dogs that became producers are way more in abundance than the dogs that didn't have great box careers that were good producers? I mean, what do you think the average is? Because, you know, we always told you that we always bred to title dogs. If you go back in history, you know, and look at some of these things, you will notice that a lot of dogs that we talk about weren't title dogs, but they were great producers. And that brings me to a point to where you ever had a dog that was so important to your future, but was a good ass dog, could bang, but was too valuable to do something with? Because we had one of them. Believe it or not, Bebe was one of them dogs. Bebe was a badass dog. She was a monster. But because the way she was bred and what we didn't have enough of. You know what I'm saying? That changed our whole way of doing things. And if you go back and look at some of the dogs that we talk about that don't have that title in front of their names, but you notice, look how they breed that dog. I take one like Little Tater. You know, just think about, he wasn't a title dog, but every time you looked around, Stabber, I don't think he was a title dog. Who else? Eli, I don't think he was a title dog. You know, how many dogs in this bulldog history, and I'm talking about bloodlines, do you see that happen? Because we talk about Fitzwater, Goldie, Fitzwater, and Stabber and Little Tater, but not being titled dogs. But what helped the bloodline? Why did that bloodline take off like it did? Well, you have dogs that become title dogs like Grand Champion Buck. You know, you look at the Eli dogs and you come back and you have to finish because you got some great. I think Jeep was a great Eli dog. And then you had your great Rascal dogs, your great Bolio dogs. The Bolio name is only, you know, worthy of even discussing, not just because of who Bolio was, but look what he was able to produce, and look at the dogs. And there'll be so many of them that you got to go back to, say, Bolio. Just like we don't have to go all the way back to Eli when we could stop right there at Jeep. Chinaman, Frisco. You remember they still Eli dogs to me, Carver dogs. But why do we start way up here instead of not having to go way back there like we do Red Boy? You know? Well, I know I appreciate you coming up, Kaz, because you know what, you kind of feel me where I'm going with this, because you're an analytic man.
Man, this is actually really a good ass question, twin. Salute to the twins. You dig what I'm talking about? Going hard for the win. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Love, light, balance out there. Hey, it's actually a good question, and I've thought about it. And okay, it worked both ways. That's what it works both ways, because we see dogs that aren't titled that go on to throw titled dogs. You dig what I'm saying? But we see dogs with titles go on. So it's about a 50-50 in there. I think the key, this is what I think. I think that regardless to if it's titled or not, right? Somebody took the time to actually know what they had. And the blood, the one thing between that we find that's a common between all of them is all of them are working. You dig what I'm talking about? They're usually working dogs from working lines. You dig what I'm talking about? And that seems to be like a thread through the great breeder who wasn't a great box dog to the great box dog who was also a great breeder. You see what I'm saying? So I've thought about that, and I'm not sure there is an answer. You dig what I'm talking about? Because
so would you consider it as a 50-50? Because again, we can go back and, like us, Indian Bolio, and as we were naming a couple, but it's because of the great dogs that they produced, these 9 title dogs that you even talked about, right?
Right.
So, but the person with the Indian Bolio dog didn't make that dog. It's just because they came off of him, but the people who got the dogs make the dog.
That's right.
And it's a whole lot of them people who were making these dogs where we could talk about Indian Bolio. But it's up to them to be able to take that Indian Bolio blood, right, with this title dog,
right,
and continuously move forward.
Correct.
That's where I find the greatness in. The person who was able to take that shit off of Indian Bolio and do something with it and move forward with it.
And so this is why I always give a key to the young dog man out there. Selective breeding is key, y'all. Who and what you're breeding to and why you're breeding it is important. And the more you understand it, the more likely it is to work. I don't think Twin and them was ever, I would say there was more hunters than breeders anyway. But I think that if they bred something together, it was only because it was bad. You dig what I'm talking about? It wasn't, he was, that's the only reason he there. He couldn't have made it no other way.
Hey, is it that obvious? Because I know we talk about this, but I think that part of knowing about us is supposed to be obvious. We always explain to y'all we were never really trying to be breeders. But if we was going to buy something, we was going to pay for something, let it be a stud.
Right. I had to look at y'all a little different too, Twin. I had to look at you, man, and put a little more respect, even more respect on your name than I already got. You said you don't know how this impacted me. You said I went up there to breed the Ozzie Stevens. I said, what you was gonna breed to? He said, it didn't matter. I was breeding to the man.
Exactly.
I said, damn. You dig what I'm talking about? That was the feeling that I would have had, but I wouldn't have, I didn't put it in them words. You dig what I'm saying? You was able to put it in the words, man, and made me look at it a whole little different. So I got a salute to you, because it really wouldn't have mattered. I trust the dog man in him to always say he gonna put his best foot forward, especially for somebody who gonna have my shit on his yard and use it. I want it to be. You dig what I'm saying?
Well, even in that situation, remember Ozzie walked up to us in a match one day and walked right directly up to us and introduced himself and said he had been hearing about us. So you already know that's why the first intentions was, that's great Isaac Stevens. He know us. You know what I mean? Let's see if we can get a dog. He just didn't answer the phone. But then that's just one of the things that when you know somebody's greatness and then they know you, you know, he knew we was coming. I don't know why he didn't make it happen or whatever happened, but it didn't matter. But the fact was we had tried, we was building a relationship because the man actually walked up to us and introduced himself. You know? Same thing with Frank Rock and them. Remember, a lot of them just had met us or heard, and then that opened the doors because of the people maybe we were hanging around and based on what they heard. But that was the whole key, being able to get your dogs in the right people's hands. They were all open to that, bro. Do you see how? Come on now, look at the relationship we was having to do some of the breedings we was doing. Come on now.
Let me ask you a question then, twin. This is for the young dog man too. Well, then, with that being said, how important is it having a great face card and a great name, right? And your word being your bond. If you got to make these connections with these people to make these breedings, how important is it to be moral and stand up and to be a real dog man?
Man, you know, in our very first early show, we was always talk about honor and integrity, loyalty. You know, I think a lot of the things that in this dog game that we find faults in, you can't say group everybody in the dog game in them faults. If you pay a lot more attention to the good in the dog game, you'll always see the good always outweigh the faults. Because if they did, we wouldn't have the dogs in the relationships we had to have these dogs. That's right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we always try to tell you, pay attention to who's doing the breeding. They would have had to know each other.
That's right.
They would have had to seen something to make them want to do these things right here. So to answer your question, all those things, honor and integrity and how you portray, you know, your notoriety doesn't have to be anything. Just you sitting there paying attention to somebody who's talking, and they might be talking to a couple people, but you're standing there. They're going. I mean, you're going to catch their eye because you're not saying anything. You're just standing up there listening. And a lot of the times that we had the ability to meet some of the people we were able to meet and go do some of the things we were able to do was all based on they're the salesperson. You're the one who's got the shit that I want. I want to hear you keep talking about it because I'm very interested. Oh, you interested, twin? Yeah, we very interested.
Right.
Not sitting up there challenging them. Not sitting up there, you know, well, why this or why that? Or what you were thinking. Because most of the time when a real dog man is talking, he's going to tell you what he wants you to know. He ain't going to tell you everything. So I hope you have enough sense to understand that. Because he's saving something for later. And they're always going to have something for the later. The thing is, to get something out of the conversation, if it ain't but a phone call, a phone number, or just a thought.
Yeah.
And that's where we kind of like try to build off that, not trying based on what our dogs was actually doing. You know, maybe just because we was twins and the people we were hanging around and how we used to show up doing shit, you know what I mean? That was always going to be something to talk. The boys is crazy. You know, that was just the thing, you know. That was what they were going to be talking about. You know, we're going to show up with some fine-ass woman and we're going to be talking some shit.
That's right. With a bulldog in tow, though.
With a bulldog in tow. But never was the one that posted, told you your shit was raggedy. None of that. Always gave the utmost respect. Let them do all the talking. Because when it was all said and done, I could still shake your hand.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Don't have to boast or brag about nothing because you took a loss, but that's okay.
We was having a conversation, twin. I want to hear your understanding on it because you brought up loyalty, and we was having a conversation. can you learn loyalty, or are you, or do you have to be born with it, right? And then you know it just comes out of you. You dig what I'm saying? Can you learn it, or do you got to be born with it?
Okay. Before I answer that question, I want to give a big shout out to my man Mayhem Kennels in the house. I want to give a big shout out to my man Mr. Cecil Jackson. Just want y'all to know I see you, fam. You know what, man? I think that's a person problem, a person thing. I think that's something that you start. I mean, at home, I have 9 brothers and sisters, right? Now, true enough, I got a twin, but I got 9 brothers and sisters. If you fight one, what you think you fixing to deal with?
Fight all of them.
And better not one be standing back looking, right?
Right.
Okay. I got a twin brother. There is nothing he can do wrong. If he swing, I'm swinging with him.
That's just what it is.
If you my boy and you walk in the club, and we walk in the club together, right? If something jump up, regardless of you right or wrong, I got to go down with you.
That's right.
To me, that's loyalty. That's that friendship. That's you having my back, me having your back. Now, you might not even have my back, but I'm going to show you I got your back.
Your back. So that's why I'm asking, is it in you?
It's got to
be. Did you learn that?
Nah, man. Well, yeah, I learned it at home. I learned it at home. And I solidified it having I had a twin brother.
So you had to have a trait already.
You had to have it in you already. Loyalty is not learned. Loyalty is earned.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And it depends on the person who you are. You won't be able to take some losses because of your loyalty. But let it be that because of that loss, you the one gained. That was they lost. That wasn't yours.
That's right.
So I never let disloyalty change who I am, because that means I got to be looking at the next person's side eye. When in reality, I'm supposed to open up to everybody and let you create your own loyalty as far as respect.
It's funny you saying this, man. I swear, I was on the phone earlier with another dog, man. Y'all saying the same exact words.
Because it was a lot of us out there, man. Remember, I told you I could walk in and it'd be 200-300 people there, and we didn't have to worry about nobody having no gun, nothing, because you knew that wasn't going to happen when you got there. Why? Because somebody checking. So that already tell you something right there. We finna have a nice time, but we don't trust you that much.
Right.
Give me your phone. We ain't gonna cry about it. Give me your phone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get your arms up, because we don't need no warrants. We checking you anyway.
Right.
And who you here with?
Right. Who brought you here?
Who brought you here? Who co-signing for this? Now, that's respect for the game as far as I was concerned.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was used to.
I mean, you kind of had to do it. it was either that or listen. It was a problem.
You got a problem. Now remember, we do a couple shows, so I know how it is to do this and be able to still have a nice time and to still be able to protect everybody, because that's where the relationships come from. Maybe twin them through a nice ass show. I feel it was a nice ass show because I had all these people here, all these great dog men at our shit. We always going to everybody else shit. Now they here at our shit. For us, that was big.
That's huge.
But think about all the conversations and the laughter and the arguments. What made the dog game what it was, man. We still do it. Even when we talk about it, we get chill bumps, because if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the people, they wasn't all funny acting. They wasn't talking about each other. They all respected each other. Yeah. Now, when it comes to loyalty is like me and Mo, unbreakable bond. Even
Right.
with all my sisters and brothers, we have issues, and they will tell you in a heartbeat. You know, you deal with one of them, you know you got to deal with both of them. You know, even amongst my siblings, and being we are at the top of the oldest thing, that's what I mean. Everything up underneath us had to respect us before they could even get to the two up the top. So understanding that loyalty mind frame as far as family, how you gonna accept less than that from your friends?
I'll be just asking common sense questions. You dig what I'm saying?
Hey.
I just ask the questions, Big Mo. You hear me? Hey, and I let people tell it how they tell it from their heart, man. And that shit is ringing true to me. What you just said, man, and because a bunch of good people that I respect said the exact same thing. They said the exact same thing. You know what I mean? So, hey, man, salute the twins, man. Real doggers. You did what I'm talking about? Real doggers.
I mean, the dog part is the part that was like a hobby that you loved. And you know how they say if you're playing the game, you got to respect the game first before the game disrespects you.
Right.
So as long as you're playing the game the way the game is supposed to be played, you're going to get the respect of the game. Right. And bullshit always comes with the game. Respect is hard to gain when you're playing the game.
That begs to ask the question. In this game, there are rules. Do you think these boys are still playing by the rules? Do you think they still got they still stand up, or do you think that's man to man? That depends on the man. Or overall, do you think like the camaraderie is like it was then to now?
Yeah.
You say
I think
better.
It has the bullshit has always been a part of the game. You remember the story about Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver?
Yeah.
How you gonna be friends and all of a sudden you hang the man's dog on his front porch? What the fuck did you do, friend? You know what I mean? The camaraderie.
That part.
Right. The camaraderie and the bullshit has always been a part of this game. The bigger the game got, the bigger the bullshit got. The shit got so big and out of control. It was more than just Beeline. It's just wasn't nobody brave enough to try to put it on the scale of how Beeline did it to be so obvious. You know what I mean? Do you think that shit? I mean, come on. Do you know that has been so? I mean, even when we say the Sundance and I think it's Sundance and the Red Devil situation, I just get them mixed up. But why would people use those shenanigans and do stupid shit like that? Like, do you really believe that Mayday had 1,500 offsprings and he didn't have no straws? Do y'all really believe that? Is that actually believable? Knowing what we know.
Right.
But that's just a part of the bullshit of the game, right?
Yeah.
We still got to cipher through all kind of bullshit. The thing is, where you gonna fall at in the game? You're gonna be either a part of the bullshit, or you're gonna be a part of the real shit, because that's where your accomplishment's gonna come from. And if you happen to bring bullshit with you, then you will find yourself over there with the bullshit, because that's just how fast people look at people who let bullshit into their house, into their program. And bullshit, bad news always travel faster than good news.
That's right.
You burn one bridge and somebody say, I heard this, I heard that. We in the day of, social media.
Yeah.
A lie will take off so damn fast and make your head spin, and you would not believe that you got people out there believing some of the most stupidest shit.
Yeah.
And it still exists in this dog game. Has always been there, will always be there. But you know what? The things that we talk about that's important is, if it wasn't worth talking about, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Oh, snap.
Right?
Yeah.
That shit does matter. My man, let's see here. See that, who was that said that? My man Johnny Rocket said, I bred 2 non-titled dogs that I saw for myself go and got winners from that breeding. You know, Johnny Rocket, there's a lot in that little conversation right there, because I know one thing: once you realize how that dog, when you seen it, it didn't really matter how it was bred, titled or not, right? You just knew you had to have it. I think we said the same thing about when we first saw Mayday. Yeah, he looked good and everything while we was walking him and before, but once we seen him go, oh no, oh hell no, we got to have some of that, got to. And most of the dogs we bred to, we seen any damn way. So it's not like we was, looking in the dark. But yeah, it plays a major part, Johnny, because you seeing what you seeing. And I guarantee you, once you seen it, I know you would have had, you said, how is it bred? And will it and can it work with my program? You didn't have that discussion out in front of everybody, but I know the process of your mind when you find yourself seeing something and you like it and you be like, damn, how that dog bred. I know that's the next thing come to your thing. Can I get some of that? Your relationship gonna start right there. How you do it, how you get to it, how you pull it off, that's you the person. Remember, I always looked at it like it's a business deal, a business relationship. I wasn't handling it like I was from the hood. I was handling it like I was doing some business, and I like that product over there. And what does it take for me to get some of that? So yeah, there's a whole lot of that going on. That's been part of the game for as long as you can remember. Those relationships. I say it a whole lot because that's the part that I always maintain in this kennel situation. They didn't have to deal with Mo's attitude. They didn't have to deal with KP's attitude. Because, those are real dog men. They know a lot more than I do because this is the work that they put in. But I put in the work over here. And I'm not here to talk about that right there. What I'm here to do is see if we can get some of that right there and what it's going to take. That was just a business for us. And I think that's always going to be important. Y'all should know that in your daily lives. I don't try to drive that point home because I still believe it's always about, you the person. Who are you as an individual? Everything else will take care of itself. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Marcel Shepard. Big shout out to Small Time in the house. What up, fam? I hear you, Small Time. He said, you're taught loyalty. You're taught loyalty, in my opinion. Again, I agree with you, Small Time. I'm just saying I learned it at home. It's something that I learned at an early age with 9 brothers and sisters. And my mom and daddy didn't play when it came to, the oldest one was responsible for everybody. And responsibility was handed down the ladder. But as far as protecting each other, when one got in a fight, you had a whole family coming. And that's the loyalty part of it. I wouldn't say I have a whole lot of friends. I have a whole lot of friends, but I only have a small circle of friends that I would consider family. People that, put it like this, there's people I have trained in this business that are like, I'm loyal to. They're loyal to me. I'm loyal to them. They're like family. They're like more than family. Anytime that you go with somebody that's not your blood family, but something, y'all have a relationship that y'all always stay in touch, and everybody in the family know them, that everybody call them Uncle so-and-so because they've been around the family so long. Only thing we have in common is not blood. I look at it that's more than just a friendship. Yeah, I got a lot of friends. A lot of friends. But my real loyal friends are my family. And I say that with confidence because I'm going to treat my friend that I'm loyal to surround my family like he's my family. That's why it's nothing unusual for my kids to call one of my friends Uncle so and so or Auntie so and so. You know, that shit goes a long way. And you know, I feel you on that small time. It's a taught process, but it's hard to teach it. You know, they tell you if you don't have it, we know, man, there's so many people out here that don't have no idea what loyalty is. They'll do some dumb shit like holler at your girl or go tell your girl that you over there doing some shit because he trying to get with her. You know how many? Imagine them kind of stories. Or you gonna come up and you bringing your boy up with you, but he want to be you, but he can't be you, and he over there be the first one to tell on you just so he can get your spot. This is life. We know this is a part of life. Loyalty is nothing to be played with, man.
No.
That's like I will die for my family. And you know how I feel about my friends and my family. When I'm loyal to them.
I think loyalty is kind of like gameness. You dig what I'm talking about? It can be very elusive in these dogs. You dig what I'm talking about? If you ain't got the quote unquote right pedigree. You dig what I'm saying? It's hard to be a diamond when you come from shit. You dig what I'm saying? So you know, man, salute y'all boys, man, for always being 100.
Man,
that's what I'm talking about.
Now, Kaz, now you know you are a very intelligent young man. You know, I follow you everywhere. You generally be on everybody's show. But you understand a lot about when we talk about the past. You're not dumb to the past.
No.
So it's not like you got to be reading through the lines because there's a whole lot I know you understand. And it's just you have a better way in expressing that to people because we kind of a little rough around the edges. You know,
it's okay though. It's okay though because in the end of the day, what they can't argue is black and white. They can't argue light and dark. It's good or it's not. They can't argue that. This is why they use the champion dogs. We know that the untitled dogs can breed champions, but the reason why they bred to the champ is because he has proven that he's done it. So it's more likely that he got it in him to throw it to his offspring. That's why. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? It's a bunch of it is real simple, and I think that's why we have the dogs that we have. Because let's not act like the niggas who had these dogs 100 years ago was rocket scientists.
Right. We know they didn't know nothing about no damn genetics and no goddamn DNA.
Nothing. This thing bad. Oh, I got another one that's bad. Let's twist it.
Exactly. Something had to be going on for them to be able to do the things that they did. Because they didn't have no internet. They wasn't put the shit in a damn book. They was doing shows. And the bigger them shows got, the better the dogs got. Because now you got different people with their own opinion on what's good. And only the strong gonna survive. I want to give a big shout out right quick to my man Cool Beans 1203. You're right. He said Floyd Boudreaux, and I'm taking us with the B means. He said it best. Regardless of what a dog is itself, it's either will or it won't produce. Now, fellas, I don't care what nobody tell you. Breeding, regardless of how we used to do this breeding, we always knew it was a gamble. Just because we said we was going to do this. You remember, we speak highly of using back-end dogs. You heard us talk about we had a lot of back-end killers, right?
It's a trait, right?
It's a trait, right?
Yes.
Now it's no guarantee we was always gonna get that trait, right?
No.
But this is what y'all have to understand, fellas. You remember I told you we didn't sell dogs? We kept everything. Do you imagine how many dogs we got a chance to pick through to say, all right, we're gonna keep all the ones that's going in the back end and being destroyers. We got the ability, we can get back there. Oh yeah, that's one. Put that one to the side there, put it back out on the chain. So don't think that everything that we were breeding was back end. Just say that everything that we used. Yeah. Understand that everything that we used was back end. Now, when they got into other people's hands, I'm pretty sure they did the same thing that we did, because you don't hear about too many of them littermate brothers and sisters. You hear about a couple of them that had littermates that come out and did the same thing. But you notice you hear a lot of people in other people's yards talk about back end killers but going hard dogs. Because they stand the same thing that we seeing, but they going through enough dogs.
But they missing it though, twin. You using and breeding. If you breeding the dogs, you using who already got the back end trait. So when you got a trait that's the same in one and the same in the other, it becomes what is called recessive. Right? That so it may not come in every dog, right? But you got a greater chance than not.
Yes,
you got a greater chance than it not show up. You dig what I'm talking about?
Damn right.
So even out of 10, let's say I get 10 puppies, it's more than likely 7 of them, if not all of them, but 7 of them at least gonna go to that back end. There you go. Historic.
Automatic. You're gonna see it somewhere, somehow, fellas. It's called just stacking your numbers. If it's there, and you can go back outside your yard and know it's there.
Yeah.
And you happen to see it on your yard, you might have sold the puppy that, goddamn it, was the one.
So guess what? Guess what Twin does now, y'all? He didn't bred this shit up. It's good and it's crazy, but he know it's too tight. So guess what? He gonna go breed to some shit. He gotta take it out, right? A little bit, at least. He gonna breed to some shit that got every trait that his shit got. So guess what? They can when he twists it in there the next time, he throw that Jeep in there, he throw that buck in there, he throw that deadlift in there. You dig what I'm talking about? He throw it in there. That they coming with the same traits that I'ma still get that 7 out of 10. The dog color may change, but I'ma still get that 7 out of 10 with all these going hard traits that I already got in my dogs. And then guess what? I'm gonna mix them new shits right back into the shit I got.
That's pretty much how it works. Now you remember, you're not guaranteed, but what's wrong with stacking the deck? What's wrong with stacking the deck?
That's the point of gambling.
That's the point of gambling. I already told you breeding is a gamble, but what's wrong with stacking the deck?
Nothing. I'm supposed to try to whoop the house.
Well, I don't think that's cheat. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think that's cheat.
No, it's not cheat. It's the point.
It's the point. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see, man. It ain't nothing that we doing great. Yeah, we gambling like everybody else, but we stacking the damn deck.
Yep.
We ain't got to worry about selling no damn puppies. How we gonna be selling the wrong one when we keep them all? You know what I'm saying? And then we gonna use the best out of that. Now taking that, y'all, you're taking the best that you took out of all that, and you still moving on, progressing. But look at all that good shit that the new shit got to go through. It's got to go through our best shit.
It's a buzzsaw.
A buzzsaw. The only way you gonna make it, you got to get by these boys right here. Phew. Fellas, I'm just telling you why we have badass dogs.
Historically
speaking, you know, this is one of the reasons, because we took that shit that serious. Not all dogs were titled. Okay? But understand that the ones that are titled who go on to be great producers, they're only going to be as good as the people that they're giving the dogs to. Because not everybody was doing what we was doing, using this shit off our yard. I could say Stone City was. I could say Hardcore Mike was. I can tell you Gameville was. Why? Because we learned it from them, and they learned it from us. So everybody else that got to happen a chance to get a going hard dog that took it back to their yard and start building. Behind that shit, they did that. I can't take credit for what they did. I'm just glad that you did it with our shit to make what we were trying, what we was trying to do, was just as good as some of the other guys. Because they could perform on somebody else's hands. This is what Real Dogman was looking for. I hope my shit just get in the right hands. Well, we didn't trust everybody. That's why we did it our damn self.
Yeah.
That's the attitude I think all y'all should take.
And I think
that's what everybody else is on.
I think you dig what I'm saying. A lot of people in this gang forget that point, that ain't no man an island, twin. You can't do this shit by yourself, bro.
Bruh,
you dig what I'm talking about? It take a man that, historically, this was the 1950s, right? It would take a man that's willing to strap them on, just like I'm willing to strap them on, to step over that wall. Somebody, I can't even be a champion if somebody ain't willing. You dig what I'm saying? So this is why you always gotta salute the warrior.
It's a whole lot of them. Gotta remember something, man. Remember in 1980s, in the 70s and the 80s, when this game, had took its course. Remember, we started this in the 80s. But look at all the history prior to us getting in it. So being able to live through the complete 80s, dealing with bulldogs, and then stepping into the 90s. Look, the names of the dogs changed. And the color of the dog man changed. And I'm talking about quickly. In a 10-year span, them old guys that we be so highly talking about done got their dogs out here into these other people's hand of color, and they were running with it. That's why the Aussies and, the Indian Bolio dogs and the Bucks and the Jeeps, we start getting our hands on them, because what's the best trophy to a breeder? Is to make sure you got your dogs in the right people's hands.
Man, this is why you can't knock a dude like Tom Garner or Pat. No. You can't knock these dudes because, we sell a lot of dogs. Because listen, man, they putting them in the hands of the people who gonna use them. That's the biggest benefit that a breeder could have, man.
That is the best benefit a breeder could have. I mean, back in our time. Yeah. I feel like prior to us, that's the way the older guys felt, because the older guys were getting too old to do the dogs. But they were breeding them. This is their shit. I mean, take your head off the Fat Bill. Come on now. You see Fat Bill and some of our dogs, old dogs. Look how many dogs are Fat Bill in. When we be talking about Fat Bill's dogs, if them dogs wasn't shit, but you looking at dogs, great dogs, and you see Fat Bill in it. You see great dogs, and you see Tom Garner in it. I mean, Tom might not even been the reason the dog was a great dog, but guess what? When you look at that breeding, that's Tom breeding, though.
That's Tom.
He didn't have nothing to do with the dog, but he showed up and had something to do with that breed. No, damn well Tom ain't titled shit.
We got a dog of the year out the D. That's a Garner dog. A lot of people forget that.
Right. Well, this was LT trade. Come on now.
There's another. Yeah. Okay. Another one.
Well, and let's not forget NASCAR. Who was NASCAR daddy? You know what I mean? I know that the man that owned NASCAR, the main NASCAR where he is, who used to hang out in this motherfucking chat right here. A man of greatness. Right here.
See, man, you gotta talk your shit, twin. You got to talk, because hey, we don't get this. No, listen, we don't get this. It really is. It's you and J-Bo.
Well, you know, 7, 8 them, they still top dogs because you got the best.
Yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
That's a whole bunch of legends over
Bakary over there.
Yeah, man.
Brother Bach.
Hey,
listen, man.
I keep my brothers at #1 because that's, you know what, that's like having an ESPN like type lineup.
Yeah, he got my man to the maximum over there. You dig? Sunday school, boy. Hey, listen, man. Shout out the boy 7, 8, man.
Yeah, got to keep my brothers out there. You know,
shout out the boy 7, 8, man. Yeah. I don't know. I might have been slipping a little bit. I might have been slipping on my pip. I'm gonna put some respect on that boy name right there. Salute 7, 8.
You got to, man, because you know what? That's something they don't have to look for because their accomplishments speak for themselves. That panel, they don't have to brag about nothing.
Listen, what I know is the brother Bakary is a madman.
Always have been.
Listen, bro. I don't know what made him go all the way to Europe and get this badass dog who was bad and bred him.
Yeah.
What was he looking at? I would like to sit and ask that brother, what was you going through in your life at that time that made you go all the way to Europe to get this bad dog?
I told you,
the Eli Hoteps of the world, the Stompanato Juniors of the world, all come off of this shit. Bred to Tyrone.
I told you our KP did it.
Your KP is ill. I was looking at how he breed. He goddamn. Listen, he getting black red dogs.
Yes. Yeah.
He throwing black red boy dogs.
He throwing black red boy dogs.
Red boy dog all the way.
Yes, sir.
And they black. I'm looking at it.
Got a black Mayday dog.
Right. I'm looking at it. I'm like, this shit is ingenious. You think what I'm saying?
Hey, look,
I'm looking at it.
We don't do what they doing over there. If you notice, they still using their shit. What make you think, just because they're over there, but we ain't over here? All right, we ain't over here because it ain't enough of it over here because there ain't enough people doing it no more, which is fine. I can deal with that, but that don't have nothing to do with the rest of the world.
That's right.
And if you want it bad enough, you know where to go get it. And they don't have no problems letting that shit come back. Why you think we got them? We even got a name for them, the Mexican Eli dogs, don't we?
Yeah.
I don't know what we calling them bulking motherfuckers that's coming back through here.
Crow.
Crow in there, you know what I mean? I don't know what you call them, crow, right? So, but we can't hate on it because it's coming back with good dogs. What can you say?
Coming back breeding hell of a dogs.
Right. I mean, they can like that shit.
They can hate all they want to.
Right. To me, that's what you're doing when you hate. Because the fact is, it's in black and white, right? We wouldn't be talking about them if they wasn't doing their damn business, would we?
Nope.
Because now they doing their business in the States, ain't they?
Yep.
Shut the fuck up. Take it like it is. If you don't like it, go beat one then.
Go beat one.
At least if you're talking, you better be at least in the loss column of one of them. At least one of them. With enough of them out here, right?
Yeah.
At least we can say you talking shit because you got your ass beat. But don't be talking shit and you ain't never went into one.
That's right. Buck City, boy, what the hell-iante?
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my man, Pit Wise. Coming up in here. Hold on, Pit Wise. Let me get this one out the way, man. I seen you down there. This is out to my man, Marcel Shepard. Appreciate you, fam. I see you. He said everybody ain't going to be loyal. Everybody ain't going to be like their daddy or their mama's parents might be straight killers, but kids soft as cotton. I know I know I got a lot of kids, and some of them ain't loyal.
Mm.
You know what, Marcel? That is a true statement being a father. I mean, I'm a father, and you know, every generations get worse. Now imagine, as much as my mama used to beat my ass, do you think I was going to ever go to school and tell them my mama beat my ass?
Nope.
I don't think my mama would have cared anyway. She probably would have killed me. But just the fear of, maybe I would say fear, because there would be nothing that would make me go telling my mama to get her in trouble, or my dad. I could. That sounds crazy. Why do we? You know, time has done that to where you got a way out where kids think they can talk that shit to you and get away with it and go call the police or go tell somebody.
Mm.
I got a case for whooping one of my children's ass, but they was ready to lock this same child up for cussing the teacher out, you know, slapping the teacher after having problems 3 days in a row. And then when you decide to call me, right, her father, you know, now all of a sudden y'all want to look crazy because when she get back to school, she got a couple whips on her arms.
Mm-hmm.
Look a little closer, she got them all on her ass. You know what I mean? And I didn't think I had a problem with that. It was okay for y'all to get ready to lock her up.
Right.
Like, just fuck her whole life up because she swung on the teacher because the teacher grabbed her. Well, she's a little smart ass. But, you know, for any of my children to wind up living with me, that means they have a problem with their mothers. And I don't treat them like their mothers do. But I don't let the law, you know,
dictate what's going on in my home.
Right.
Period.
Dictate what's going on in my homes, because I'm still going to be responsible for my kids and their actions as long as they're in my house. People don't understand that everything starts at home.
Yeah.
And if you can't fix it at home, then that's your fault. I liked it better when mine be talking about, Dad, you was just mean as hell. Well, okay, you turned out all right. Like, were you ready to take a chance on your own child? You go ahead. But if one of them, if they back talk you or anything else, and you haul off and slap the shit out of them, I ain't gonna be mad at you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because respect is due as a parent. I should never have to ask. If I say shut up, everybody shut up quickly. Don't back talk. I don't hear another goddamn word, and I mean it. That to me is respect. You know, nowadays they lose that. And it's like, I feel like the game. People lose respect to the game. How you going to just start disrespecting the game? Can't disrespect the game.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm beating up all my kids, and they grown as hell. Shit. You go too old, I won't swing. What? Big shout out to my man Pitwise coming in with a 20 piece. He said there's gonna produce if they're title or not. However, our culture rewards the winners.
Mm.
Right. He's right. A little will produce an average of the whole. A little will produce an average of the whole. Reason why Art Zebo never produced themselves. Anomalies. All right, that part right there, you got me a little shook there, because you know what? I don't know why y'all be thinking Art and Zebo wasn't producers when you got to stop and think about the situation with the dogs.
Man, Art was a hell of a producer.
Art, he got stolen. Come on, y'all.
I think he only had 47 offspring. Like half of them is winners or titled.
I mean, and remember, that was during his match career. Remember, he got stolen after his last match. He was land champion. Come on, y'all. Did y'all forget that story? He really got stolen. So how you gonna say a dog wasn't no great producer when he never had a chance? He ROM, but what that tell you about it?
Man.
A grand champion ROM producing ROMs. And he don't have 17 or 21 pages.
Yeah, he got grand champions too.
How are you gonna say he fell short? Or even Zebo. Zebo ain't everybody pedigree.
Yeah.
Mayday? Red Boy? Right?
Yeah.
Come on, man. See, fellas, if y'all can look at dogs with 17 and 21 pages full of dogs and say, you know, that's supposed to make them greater. Me, I frown on that type of shit because you got all them pages. I would swear you were supposed to have way, way, way more production than that. But it don't really work like that. You know, my man Mo just walked in. I'm going to let him turn it over because I really appreciate y'all riding this out with me because Mo finna break it down to you. No, hold on. No, you ain't going to do that to me. Hold on. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Miss Craig. She said, all you dudes are scam artists. I sent money for 2 magazines and never received anything. Typically, black people shit. Hold on. Miss Greg, I'm sorry, I don't know you, but we don't sell any magazines over here, dear. I don't think you ever sent me anything. And I think you're doing a lot when you say y'all dudes. Because last time I checked, I was a 65-year-old man. And I have no reason to scam you or anybody else. You might be at the wrong house.
Yeah, you're on the wrong channel, ma'am.
Yeah.
Miss Greg, it's not the right channel.
And that's with no disrespect, because I'm really addressing what you said, because it's not that I'm taking offensive. What I am doing is addressing, because if somebody did do that to you, they didn't do it to you from over here. And we're not all typical over here. We're just a little bit different, because over here, we scratching shit. We talk bulldogging. I don't think this is the place you want to be. But enjoy yourself while you're here. You stick around long enough, I'll be able to get you a wrench because I don't want to lose you here because you might just like what we talk about. But that's totally up to you. Big shout out to my man Pitwise in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, man? I just wanted to clarify what I meant by my statement as far as Art and Zebo not reproducing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, obviously
Yes,
they were good producers. I'm just mean that, like, I'm just using them two as an example, meaning like a lot of the aces that we know historically didn't make those same type of caliber aces for the most part. They may have made 1 or 2, but it wasn't a consistent them because obviously those are individual personality traits along with that. And that's the individual dog is what I'm saying. So I don't mean he didn't make any dogs. I'm just saying that like fucking those Zebo type dogs didn't always reproduce Zebo type dogs too. They made good dogs, but it didn't make that single dog that stood out the way that they did. That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? So
right.
That's all I meant. But
I feel you on that, Pitwise. But you know, given all respect where respect is due, when for me, when you make a statement like that, you got to understand there are consequences that come with statements like that because they wasn't all on the same level either, right? Because they didn't have the opportunity to, but they made enough impact based on the right opportunity that they still done what they were supposed to do with the ROM. Anytime you are ROM, man, I wish I could got me another Zebo. I wish I could have got me another Red Ace. Remember, I had Badass Brett. I had the shit. I had Crybaby. You know what I mean? I had some monster bitches. But none of them bitches like the bitch that quit.
Oh.
You hear me, man? Nothing. But still, look, the goddamn yard was based off that same bitch. So when everybody said, the bitch that quit, yep, that bitch that quit.
Hey.
That bitch that quit. That bitch that quit killing a goddamn grand champion. So yeah. Everything from that point forward, that set the standards, gentlemen.
It's not just black because it's not just black and white, man. It's not just ones and zeros like computers, man. It's not
right. And you can't be scared of the little shit like the Art and the Zebo situation. Sometimes you got to be able to use what you know and trust yourself.
Right.
Fuck what everybody else saying. Trust yourself. But don't be mad when you sell the wrong one.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You wound up with the wrong one. Somebody else got the right one.
Mm.
That's why I'm always saying, fellas, you know, if you're getting into this game to sell dogs, you selling yourself down the river. Cause I mean, you getting all that shit out there, ain't none of that shit worth shit.
Yeah. Well, that's all I wanted, fellas, man. Enjoying the content, man. Appreciate everything you guys do, man. I'm gonna be back in the back channel listening too, man.
Hey, why? I really
up,
appreciate you stepping up and explaining yourself, man. Because I don't want you to think I was getting on you about it.
Oh, nah, no doubt, man.
You already know how I feel about Zebo and Art. You know what I mean?
It ain't
they
much
got
you can
17. You know what I mean? They got 17 pages, man.
Yeah, you ain't got but so many characters you can put in the comment in the super chat. So I had to make sure I came in and clarify myself.
I appreciate that. And Phil, you got that floor anytime, fam. Thank you.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. See, fella, I can appreciate that kind of shit, man. Look, don't be afraid to come up and say your piece. Because it's not like I'm getting on you. I try to bring reality, you know, where everybody, let's look at the situation. You know, let's really dive into that situation. Because, you know, I love Zebo. Everything I think all our dogs, when we made that change from the Eli dogs into the Red Boy dogs, we made it a point to carry Zebo along with us.
Mm-hmm.
So Art speaks for itself. Art didn't get bred a lot. Remember, the day he made his grand championship, the dog got stolen that night. So just to even be a ROM, I thought that was the big accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
You see here, I had something else in here, but you know I'm coming from, Kaz, when it comes down to the breeding purpose, and we don't know, do we still call it 50-50, man? Does a title always seem to outweigh the non-title, or are we still working at 50-50, or does the dog man in production based on the work that's being involved? You feel me?
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking in the 90s there was a whole lot of work. You feel where I'm coming from? Through the 90s. All the way through the 90s, there was a whole lot of work. And a lot of these dogs that we talk about today, goddamn it, came from them dogs, that era right there.
Sure did.
You know, but why are we importing the great dogs back into the country? Because where we stopped going into the 2000s, they didn't.
Right.
So they can bring back their titled dogs. Does that mean we have to disrespect them? Because I'm not a person that disrespects a titled dog. Can't help it if we ain't doing as much as we did in the 90s. That ain't their fault. They came all the way over here to get some of this great shit to go back home with, to win with. They just returning the favor. That's what the 2000s consisted of. Yeah, it got a lot of problems. A lot of people, you know, the shadiness and how people try to take advantage of it. But a good dog gonna speak for itself. For me, and from my time and where the period I'm speaking from, a good dog was a dog that climbed over that damn wall, or somebody else that climbed over that wall, and you said release the dogs, and at the end, you're declared the winner. That to me, if you are able to do that and have a career and turn around and produce exactly like you. I don't need a lot of them. The point is not to have a lot of you. Just give me one of you. Can you give me one of you? Because that's where the gamble is. Because I'm all the way to the good if I get 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Or have one of them litters like Triple M and them had with Panther and them. Oh my God.
Man.
Or even Victor with Choice Dragon Lady in them. I mean, come on. That's a blessing. Yeah. Or the Baby litter. You got 4 out of that one.
I think that's more common than a lot of people know, though. You dig what I'm saying? I think a lot of people don't work they shit, twin.
No, they don't.
You know what I mean? I don't think they work they shit. I don't think a lot of them believe in their stuff as much as other people believe in it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
you know, some of the best breeders. You dig what I'm talking about? Wasn't box men. You dig what I'm talking about? But they was some of the best. You know, just you know, I don't. You know, you got to keep them active, man. So
Hey,
salute out to them boys that was over there overseas, man, keeping that blood working, man. Them boys that was holding on down here in the swamps. You dig what I'm talking about? Still hog dog and keeping your blood alive. You dig what I'm saying?
well,
You
you
dig what I'm
know,
saying?
that
So,
basement been around a couple centuries, ain't it?
mm,
So I don't talk about that basement because it's an entity within itself. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like I don't respect them because I was a part of it. So my love for that part of them is always gonna be there. I'm gonna knock something I was. That
right,
make that's like me spitting on on the game.
right.
I own up to where I was. You know, and I
Mm-hmm.
respect anybody who was willing to take that risk and get out there and do what we did because we all knew what we was doing. We all knew it was illegal. I'm not promoting the shit. I'm just telling you we all fucking knew. Just like a lot of people know it's not good to sell drugs.
Right.
You know, it's a whole lot of things that's not good to do, but that don't mean people ain't gonna do it. Some people just take the risks. But I'm not the one to be. I'm not the one to advocate to be talking about what to do and what not to do with your dog. That has never been my purpose, and I don't even want to start that shit.
Right.
You know, so I leave that for y'all to deal with. What I'm saying to you guys is based on the history and what we know and what we did. And the dogs that we're talking about, these dogs did have a purpose. Not saying this purpose is going to do what it's going to do for what you guys do in the future, because I don't know. I'm only talking about the things that have already been done. Fact, fiction, whatever you want to call it, is for entertainment purposes and the knowledge to at least know where this game comes from. You know, so just respect that part of it and take in what you can take in, and let's not put people in certain, like we're talking to a certain group of people. I'm talking to the community. Everybody that comes over here generally knows what we talk about over here.
Right.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Hemi James.
Hemi
What up,
James.
Hemi said, a producer of an ace don't always produce aces. Averages is probably your best bet. You're right about that, Hemi. But Hemi, on the average, I'm just saying on the average, for all the good producers that did produce dogs like themselves, I looked at who had the dog.
Mm.
I had one that came down off Jeep. Well, let's take Victor. If you notice, when Victor did the article on Mayday and the American Game Dog Times,
Mm-hmm.
the only two dogs that he could mention was Grand Champion Duquesne and Champion the Brat. You remember that article, that interview?
Yeah.
And that's the only two dogs that he named, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had no idea what was coming after that. He just hoped it would. You remember how we told you he acted when them dogs was out there doing it and they weren't recording the matches, how he felt?
Mm.
He wanted his dog to get what?
Recognition.
Goddamn right. Now he know they out there doing that. Remember, he could only speak for two when he did that interview. So you should clearly understand why we can tell you how he felt when they was out there matching them dogs and wasn't reporting the matches. Why he would call Twin. You know these people. Tell them they ain't getting shit.
Mm.
And they know and these people know more. No, Victor ain't giving up no papers. Y'all want the goddamn papers. He said you better start recording the matches. He wasn't playing. All right, make sure you get your papers. but give me the reports and I'll make sure they get reported. And that's how they did that. But wait a minute now. It wasn't Victor who made all them champions either, was it? No. No. He can only be responsible for what came out that litter, and that all that shit made they litter made sisters. They did what they did. Victor did that. Yep, I can be responsible. Victor can be responsible for a lot of those breedings because we wouldn't have been able to breed the Victor if Victor didn't want us to. Remember, we got ours free. A couple more people got it free. But the fact is, the people who got the dogs really did matter in that situation, don't it?
Yeah.
It's a fact. It is a fact. History shows you that. If it don't be for the people who had the dogs and made them dogs great, it wouldn't have mattered if it was to an ace or not.
Right.
Be an ace, but get put in the wrong hand don't make the dog any better. It's always gonna have to be in the right hands.
We'd have just never known.
Hey, you never know, right? That's how I'm looking at it. You never know. But you got to make yourself the right person to have it. And maybe that's why we didn't have a big problem getting around and being able to do the things that we did, because we knew that we was going to do what we was going to do, and people knew we was going to do what we was going to do. Why not let the twins get it?
Yeah.
You know what they going to do.
You know what they going to do.
You know? Big shout out to Tony. I see you, fam. But I think that's just important. I really think that's important. Big shout out to my main man, Itchy! Itchy! What up, fam? Itchy, another dog, man, out there know what he be talking about.
Yeah, shout out that boy Itchy.
Big
man.
shout out, Itchy.
I'm talking about. Shout out Bloodthirst, man. Himmy James, man. Union County up in here. H&F, man. Dig what I'm talking about. What up, though?
Itchy always got one for me. Itchy said, you sell a dog, it's not yours no more. Stuff your pocket with the money and forget the dog, it's theirs. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Itchy. You can't get mad because you let the wrong one get away. You kept the piece of shit, and the other one over there on somebody else's yard. You want to take credit because you bred the shit. Well, you do that, but you ain't the reason why they talk about his shit.
And I just look at the game different. I look at the game different. If I'm a breeder, right, and I know this stuff working, it's working, and I would want to put my best dog in the hands of the people I know are gonna treat him the best. So why wouldn't I get this bad motherfucker the twin? Especially if I'm just a breeder, I want twin to have my best. I want the Captain in Americas and the Bakaris and you dig what I'm talking about, the Walk 'em Downs of the world. You dig what I'm talking about? People I know gonna do right by it. I think a little different. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I don't think that it's as much gamble. It's a gamble, like you're saying. But when you know what you're doing, it's not really gambling. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm playing with house money at all times. You dig what I'm saying? So I would rather, me personally, you dig what I'm talking about? If I like you say, you call Cosmon, I need a bad one, I need a good one, I'm gonna give twin my best.
Yeah. I told you that's how we did it, right? Because I had certain people come to the yard, VBK, most wanted, mad. When they come to your yard, you know I'm going to give them my best shit.
My best.
My best. Right. And they take it back over, they go do what they going to do, and then they get some shit out of that. That is just a testament to, a good dog, man, gotten our shit, and guess what? They got something out of it. Some good shit out of it. I would think every dog man would think like that. Hold on, Kaz. Let me take care of this one right quick. Big shout out to my Hemi J because he got me tripping, laughing. I got where you coming from, though. Hemi said Whitey needs to tan up and become a real dog man. Laugh my fucking ass off. Well, I'm gonna tell you about that. In the beginning, y'all remember the time period, fam. In the 90s, we had this thing called crack. In that time period, what y'all was doing and what you were seeing in the 70s and the 80s, everybody caught on to the fact that who had the money.
Right.
And when none of Whitey, turning his collar down to none of that tan money, how do you think we were getting our hands on the dogs? Because we wasn't the ones coming up with the breedings. We was just the ones coming up with the money. So please understand, did they make a mistake? I think they made a mistake because once we got the dogs, we didn't have to go back to them.
How many times you done heard them stories that them boys went up there, bought 20, 30 dogs at a time?
Whole yards.
Yep.
Because once we did it, why would we go? What would be the need to go back to them?
You wouldn't need to.
We wouldn't need to. Now it's enough of us out here. Now we're doing deals amongst ourselves. So where did that leave room for them? This is why I would see, Crenshaw going out to the pound getting more dogs because he was trying to supply a need of demand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there was people of color who was getting chewed up by that bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Because we know the stories, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know the stories. You don't hear too many white guys having that story about James Crenshaw fucking them. No, you don't. Because at that time period, he wasn't.
Right.
But you hear Mr. Garrett talk shit about why he would never give Crenshaw another motherfucking breed when it came to Jeep. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because he didn't like the man after the situation when he got his hands on Jeep. But you heard Patrick say they got the same thing when it came down to him dealing with a stolen dog, Bolio.
He did.
Know what I mean?
He did kind
Look at that story. How you think the tan ass Indian Sonny felt about that? And he know where his goddamn dog is.
And
so this table rocks both fucking ways. Now I'm just telling you the reality of the conversation because you had problems if you did that with them tan brothers. They was coming to get their shit if they know where it's at.
That's
so
right.
Everybody understood the game did change by the 90s. It really did.
Yeah, that money changed the game.
Money changed the game. Yeah, the colors, the faces, the dogs, everything changed. But that ain't nothing. That's to me, I don't look at it as a bad thing. I thought the bad thing was people like Mr. Denny Green and all them other old black guys, Buffalo Soldier, and all the shit that they went through, and still being able to wind up in the white person's book.
Yep. Mr.
Because
Cooper,
they was holding their own. Mr. Cooper.
Yep.
Thibodeau. Oh man, Mr. Thibodeau. I mean, I can't believe some of your brothers didn't know he was a black man.
I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know it.
Y'all.
They didn't show us no pictures.
Well, and we, you know what? And I fought my other brothers that was out in that area who did not let people know that. Because how you think I felt when people thought we was white or Mexican?
Right. I didn't learn to Miss Thibodeau was black man until about 10 years ago.
Come on, man. That was a funny thing because I hear so many people like didn't know that this person was black.
Yep.
What y'all thought white people was the only ones that had dogs? Man, this is history will show you a lot. And I use this as an example. Y'all know Secretary is the greatest racehorse of all time, right?
Yes, right.
But did everybody really pay attention to the black guy who was always with the horse?
No, they did.
But we know the black guy was always the one with the horse. What?
Yep.
I mean, really, just check it out. You see him in pictures all the time. Walking it. You see all the stories about it. You got him at the stable. Ride him and everything.
Yeah.
Who you think had, of all them people, who had the best relationship with that horse? That brother.
Yep, that trainer. Yep.
The trainer. The man that you always seen in the picture, but didn't know who the hell he was.
That's right.
Y'all know how many of them was in the dog gang? Man, just like that.
I'm starting to find out, man. I ain't even gonna lie. That's why I be fascinated when I go back there to learn. When you know, one thing about the history is you can find out so much now. You dig what I'm saying?
Hey.
They didn't give us no pictures.
No.
You dig what I'm talking about? They just hid the brothers. They hid them. They act like they wasn't even there.
Look, bro, you got a lot of pictures with a lot of the old white dog men, don't you?
Yeah.
Every once in a while you see Buffalo Soldier in there. But you know, remember I told you the most amazing thing I seen when I seen, you know, Rasta Man Boom in a white person's book? A story?
Yeah. With Lady Stone?
Yeah. Just Rasta Man, period. He had other dogs other than Lady Stone. He was already a formidable person that you just couldn't scare away. You know, he tell you his stories. Y'all heard enough of Rasta Man's stories. He was a black man doing white things in the white world, doing the things he was doing.
Salute Rasta Man.
And beating them.
Yeah.
You know, so don't understand why I take my hat off to him, because they still spoke about it in the book.
Do you see what the chat saying? They used to think y'all was from the Virgin Islands.
Somebody said we was Chicos.
Yeah, y'all was Mexicans, nigga. Yeah,
I'm like, what?
We ain't know. Listen, you want me to tell you something? I'm gonna tell you something, and Mr. Garcia probably gonna giggle at this. When they show me historically, when they show Mr. Garcia in the reffing, it's a schoolboy. You dig what I'm saying? I always thought he was black. I didn't know. You dig what I'm saying? But when you see them old journals, man, you be going, man, I studied that stuff like it was school. You dig what I'm saying?
I want to give a big shout out to Buck City. I know that. What the hell, TV? What up, fam?
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's my dog, Buck, man. He all right, man. That's my guy right there.
I like the fact that he still come around.
Yeah, man. No, he 100. No. That's one thing. You dig what I'm talking about? You can count on my nigga, man. Cracking is cracking, man. Shout out my dog, Buck City. Man.
That's true. No hard feelings, bro. You still fam. You still got your hardware, so you already know how I feel about you. So
yeah. See, you just gotta put Twig back on the chain. He'll think about it for a minute.
Oh no, but look, he the one off. I mean, we all off the chain, but then that's how dog men do. I mean, he doing what a dog man's supposed to do. He's standing on his 10 toes down. Can't hit a man for doing that. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
Some of y'all need to get some of that in your backbone and understand that. Y'all just let people just get out here and say shit and just think it's cool to get away with that shit. No, put them motherfuckers on the spot. Stand 10 toes down on what you know. Don't let people get away with that crazy ass shit. I mean, we dog fighters, so for me, I understand. You know, you talk that shit, you better be about that shit. You know, I clearly understand, you know, anything that look like you trying to be about that shit, you know, we can stop talking. You know, it's time to start figuring out what we're going to do here. Conversation is supposed to be short. Time, date, and how much, right? That's the world I come from. I stop all the bullshit. Big shout out to Itchy. He said, people loyal to who they want to be loyal to. Best thing to be loyal to is yourself, and have some discernment to not have to worry about if you need a loyal motherfucker to stand sidekick it with you. Let me explain something to y'all fellas. This game is something that you can't not do by yourself.
I'll be telling.
I don't know nobody who really did it that way. I don't. Just with everything that came up. See, that walk-em-all shit, is an example of when you thought somebody over there doing some shit all to themselves and having all these great dogs, and now can't nobody duplicate nothing when you got walk-em-all shit on your yard. Ain't nobody build no yards, their yard with walk-em-all shit. Only one was able to do that was them. So understand when I say this is what it look like when you're doing it by yourself, because look how many people they suckered into that shit. See, the more people you know when you're doing corrupt shit, I mean, the more people know that you're doing corrupt shit, right? So I would think that you would be worried about the motherfuckers who's doing a whole bunch of shit by yourself, wouldn't you? I mean, come on. Them the front ones you're supposed to look at first. Because in the game, I ain't never going to no game that I came right in and I started right at the top. Boom. I had to work my way to the top. And then when I got there and I seen what the landscape looked like is why I stayed at the top. Because I put in the work to be up here. I deserve to be up here. That's generally how that worked. Where's the loyalty going to be at? Well, how did the mafia call loyalty? And you know they were some of the most unloyalist motherfuckers in there. But guess what? Didn't they at least deal with their unloyalty in a very strict way?
Yeah.
I mean,
behind closed doors too.
Exactly. I mean, but you know, and I hear people talking about people telling on people and all this other shit, man. Y'all, please understand this. If you're gonna call somebody a snitch, at least come up with some paperwork, because you know this is public record. Y'all know that, right?
Right.
Anything that we talk about in our case, I know that if you go online, you can pull up that case because it's still a part of public record. You know, we didn't have to worry about people telling on nothing else. I thought that was the loyal part, because we didn't have to deal with it. All we had to do was deal with them.
Right.
And that's the difference when you're just dealing with them instead of people that are supposed to be loyal to you over there with them dealing with you.
That's why
you know what I mean?
This crazy part is they say you do your dirt all by your lonely. But in this game, it ain't no, you dig what I'm talking about? You got to ride with your bros.
Got to ride with them.
So that's why loyalty can't even be questioned. You gotta have some 102s with you, and understand that everybody ain't gonna make it.
No, they not. Hey, look, we know this based on history alone, even in this dog game, you know. And I know, man, you know, I gotta say it, my man McNasty. It's just no doubts. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then my man, you know, Big Rob, you know, his little new incident. You can't help but call it what it is when you see it. You know that's there. I mean, it's hard to respect that. You know, into the end, I love McNasty for what he did.
Right.
But I never could deal with McNasty another day after knowing what he did.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
I'm never going to spit on his name. I'm never going to disrespect him as a man. But I'm never going to forget the fact that all the people that you hurt, that you were supposed to be friends and loyal to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to the game. You know, Ricky Jones.
Yeah.
Chico Lopez. Remember, we just seen the YSL trial, right? Didn't it seem like that they trying to make snitching the new thing?
Yeah, like it's cool.
Nah, they don't look like it's supposed to be cool as hell to snitch on a motherfucker now.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole game.
You know?
You can tell first.
Look, my man Pat Stan got on the stand in front of everybody and went to pointing and shit.
Huh?
And
Come
then
to find out everybody was right.
And it went behind no curtain.
Crazy part is the only one wasn't telling is the only one beat the case.
Hey, but you know what? That's only because they wasn't telling on him.
That's what it.
You know, you need to be checking out why they wasn't telling on him.
Yeah.
Because they knew him. They knew him was about that life. You know, and you still had a family out there. You know what I mean? And you know him don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? And him still sitting there like he ain't got a worry in the world because him really ain't got a worry in the world. You better be worried about him. You feel me? Trust and believe that, man.
Yeah.
That shit is real. There's some people you really need to be worried about. So I don't get into that kind of shit. That's why my circle always stays small, man.
Yeah, man.
They still going through bullshit. But look, man, the key is this game has always been full of its tricks. You know, you do, you know what they say, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Win stupid ass prizes.
Well, this is one of them games, ain't it? This sport right here is one of them games.
Man, it'll break your heart.
It'll break your heart. Break you down, have you believing in something, have you wondering, am I seeing what I'm seeing? And this is why I was always questioning when people started crying about their dog, they got rubbed, right? I can never understand how you let a person get a rub by on you, and you've been in this game how long?
Right.
I mean, did you really trust the person that was climbing over the wall? But would y'all have some type of relationship or something that you didn't think they would do that to you?
Right.
And how much was y'all going for?
Well, you know what? A lot of, you know what? I've you know, being there in hindsight, being 2020, niggas was green. It ain't matter if you had all that money, but you just had all them good ass dogs. And then they ain't even know the game. They don't know nothing about tasting, none of that. You dig what I'm talking about, man? You know how many times I done seen historically, way back in the past, people not even watch their dogs. Come on, man. It is what it is. So you deserve to get what you get. I used to feel pity for it, but then I gotta look at it like, how? Listen, if the dog numbed up, you should be numbed up too. Both of y'all should be stretched out.
Yeah, well, I never trusted anybody. Period. I mean, if it got by, it would have had to get by me, wouldn't it?
Now I did hear. Now I've always heard of it, but I never seen it. But I did hear this stuff. This nicotine, some nicotine stuff. They used to rub their dogs in this nicotine, this stuff or something, and it used to, you know what I mean, damn near kill your dog.
Yeah, but see, it would have had to have no taste or no nothing, and it was just one of them things that I didn't have a problem if I felt or I felt a certain type of way. That's why I made it a normal process where you don't, you know, yeah, people talk shit, yo, Twin up there sucking on the dog and everything. Okay. Yeah. Motherfuckers be like, nigga, you ain't doing it?
Right.
You ain't doing it? You know, shit, I had a couple people stand there and did it to my dog.
Yeah, right.
He doing it. They ain't afraid to do it. I mean, at least we gonna be up in here. We both know that part we ain't got to worry about, right? You're right, Twin. You're right. But don't be mad when I do it. Because if you get mad, then I'm really fixing to show my ass. Because what you getting mad about?
Well, what you mad about?
You know, don't do no stupid shit. Now you really got a problem because now you got my attention. Now ain't nobody touching the dog. Between me and you until I see you at the box. You know, I really get funny there. Hey, I want to get on this. My man, Hemi James. Hemi, you said, yeah, they both produce a couple champions here and there, not up with the best producers, but still. But Hemi, I'm trying to figure out, them dogs that we speaking on, this here and there, they didn't have breeding careers.
Man, and them here and there's was hitting.
Them here and there's was still hitting.
Them here and there's was hitting.
What the fuck? I'm trying to understand.
Hey, listen, if it's only 2 dogs for me. If I could go in the past and get any 2 dogs, it's Fitzwater, Goldie, and Art.
I mean, if you think about it, ain't Zebo and Art gonna be in Bucks, Maydays, and some of these other great dogs papers somewhere at some point?
Every good one got Fitzwater. Goldie.
Every good one.
And some stabs.
There's certain things, and I know Mo been driving that point home for a long time. And the thing I'm trying to get y'all to see, you don't need 17 motherfucking pages, 21 pages to make you a great dog. I think it's a total disrespect to have 17 damn pages. But doing it, I could have put in Maydays first breeding, I could have put 17 champions on the ground, and I know I could get 70 pages, 17 champions and grand champions on one page out of 17 dogs. That he didn't need 17 pages, did he?
Nope.
He had 17 dogs on one page.
Yeah, I was about to say he didn't even have a full page.
Pages. He had one page where I could put 17 dogs on.
Good one.
And I'm not talking about spread it all over a bunch of years either. You remember when Victor did that interview in American Game Dog Times, the only 2 champions you heard him talk about was Luke Kane and the Brat. The man that had no idea that everything else that came after that. And if you think about it, and the reality of it, he did not need 17 pages to be great any goddamn way.
Right.
He did it.
That's what I'm talking about, Chico. The nicotine. The nicotine.
The nicotine, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Chico. You know
even it had a taste to it. Remember, they always tried to use the milk. They always tried to use the milk to disguise the shit.
Yeah.
They tried to do the wash with the milk as a disguiser, like that was supposed to wash it off, right?
Right.
It's supposed to. But just in case, how you gonna know if you ain't sucking the goddamn milk out the dog's skin?
Yep.
I mean, they putting the milk on it, then we washing them off. The milk off. I mean, I need to suck this motherfucking shit while the milk is on so I can see if it's in the milk.
Right.
What's up, twin? You don't trust me? Man, I don't trust nobody. The fuck you mean? What, you mad? Is you mad? No, you don't mind me doing yours? No, go ahead. I'm glad to see you doing what I'm doing.
Right.
Let me see what I got here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Monte Sullivan. Hey, fam, appreciate you showing up. You will see your hardware as soon as I get, I'm going to get out of here for a minute and let Mo take over. He going to close. No, Mo, you ain't going to close tonight, man. I need you to put some 2 cents in it because, I handled the business part of it already. Man, me and Kaz, because we both on the same thing. That this is a 50-50 thing. You would agree to that, right? So there's no way we can make a determination and say, just because you're titled, there's a good and a bad. There's more titled dogs than it is untitled dogs, because we know that that's not the truth.
That's not the truth. But I think we found the correlation between both of them. They was all working. You dig what I'm talking about? Right. Whether it was titled or not, it was working.
It was working.
So you know what I mean.
When the producer was working, or because if it wasn't, we wouldn't even be talking about the non-working shit.
Exactly.
The produced.
Right.
It's the working shit that made us talk about the non-working shit, fellas. That's what makes it so intriguing for you to go in there and understand why. Why? Let me tell you something, man. Creating a champion is not a very easy task. And that's only 3 wins back in the day. You feel what I'm saying? It was not that easy, bro. Because again, when you're running in the fast lane, you don't know who you fixing to get. For the ones that was picking and choosing, who am I to knock or who was doing what as far as picking and choosing? I just know I ran with a group of people that wherever the hell they went, I called them 90%, the same thing Mo called them. That's how we was riding. Because 90% of the time you won. You didn't need to cheat. You had more than just one dog. And this is what kept everybody busy. This is why we going to hook up. We going to do this like this. And I thought that was just great. Got a chance to see a lot. I would call it band ride. Hell, they got on our bandwagon. They roll with us. Some of them stupid ass pots. You ain't scaring me away because I got a fucking team back here.
And that's what happened. It'd be so much going on. It'd be so much going on and different people pulling you in different directions. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all don't even watch the dog.
Nah, bro. We keep it all business because the people that's rolling with me, they expect me to do what I do.
Right.
And they know that they ain't gonna get that shit on 20 now.
Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta taste your dog. You dig what I ain't heard nobody online speak about it yet. So you dig what I'm saying? You know.
So when you talking about the people I'm running with, and I'm looking at the big names, I'm talking about you be a goddamn fool to try to slip some shit on one of them because where you think I got it from? There ain't gonna be nothing going. And for somebody who made that comment about there's nowhere else that you can go and that they ain't packing a gun, nigga, I wouldn't care who the fuck you was. You could have been the baddest motherfucker in the city. If we was doing a show, I can guarantee you your bad ass would be up in there with no gun. Now what you bet?
Listen, man.
The people that play about that shit, they gonna fuck who you was. Tonight, this is what we doing, and tonight ain't nobody up in here with no phones or no nothing. Now, how about that? You ain't got to come in.
That's how I know a lot of y'all green, even saying that. You did
comment like that. What you mean? Like you gonna bring that bad ass? Oh, you that bad? Shit. I ain't never known nobody to be that goddamn bad, and I've been around some bad motherfuckers.
No, you ain't that bad.
No, you ain't that bad. If they say it ain't going down like that, then trust them. Hey, look. But then, you know, things have happened over the years. I'm just telling you, I ain't never been to a place that I didn't feel comfortable at. And I've been in 3 raids. There's not a reason. I never went in that I didn't feel comfortable, but I also always went in knowing a contingency plan in case something go wrong, which way we going. Always scoped out and made that clear, regardless of where we at. We got a contingency plan. You know, but we living in different times back then, fellas. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it really was a big camaraderie. When you start naming all the goddamn people, man, and there's so many of them in all parts of the United States. That shit is just history now that we talk about. So all the speculation and all the bullshit that y'all thinking, okay, because maybe you read it, but you heard it. But we just trying to give you the experience of what it was to live it. To be able to be amongst them type of people, that they're just not your average people because y'all still talk about them. They had great dogs. They have better records that we can never have. We're nothing like them. We could never achieve the things that they did. But just being able to be with them and do the things that we did, that's what I want to share with you. Because it is possible.
If y'all notice, listen, he telling y'all, if you notice, around all these good dog men was more good dog men.
Hey, they say legends create legends.
Man.
I go all the way back to the beginning where it all started at. Tudor taught a lot of motherfuckers, didn't he? So did Kobe, didn't he? Didn't Maurice Carver?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I didn't even mention Lightner because, you know, Lightner is a student of Kobe.
Right.
So where we starting at? We starting at Kobe, Tudor, and goddammit Carver. And everything that man showed y'all last week, we always wound up back at them 3 big head motherfucking white boys. Carver, Tudor, and Kobe. That's my Mount Rushmore of the American Pit Bull Terrier, man. The American Pit Bull Terrier. The pit dog. They didn't have to have signs to go out there and promote their shit. All they had to do was keep climbing over the goddamn wall. Which one had 14 wins? Centipede?
Yup.
There was some had 18.
Shit. Blackjack had 21.
21. Yeah, Blackjack 21. Let me tell y'all something. They didn't need that kind of only advertising they need is you climb over the wall and be one of them goddamn victims of them. Yeah, Mo said it was one they had out there made champion in one night. He fought 3 dogs in one night, made a champion. He was 3 dogs in one night.
He bad. He bad.
I mean, he had a badass dog. And I'm telling you, he had an even badder ass owner because he didn't scared of shit. Bring that shit in here then. I mean, that is what made these dogs what they was, fellas. It wasn't about them talking nothing. That talk should have got you just as far as it got you. You climbing over the wall because guess what? I'm going to give you something to talk about when it's done. That's the game. All the other shit that happen behind the wheel, you know, behind the closed doors and all the shenanigans, it's the same shit when you got some good shit. Everybody doing dirt. Everybody trying to sneak everybody. Everybody stealing other people's shit. I mean, you ain't stealing nothing. I mean, if it ain't worth stealing, why is you stealing it then? Look at all the great ones that got stolen, man. Come on now. Think about them. All them great dogs stolen. Raggedy ass, thieving ass motherfuckers out here because you can't do it on your own. You know, shit happens. We've been victims of that shit. Judo, Lil Mayday, Art, Eli, Mikey. I mean, come on, man. We all know what that shit felt like. If they wasn't shit, they wouldn't have been stealing them. So we have to accept that as part of the game. But it's the thing I'm looking at, fellas, is what part y'all trying to play.
Right.
You know, we talk about the history. For me, I can only tell you about the history that we live because the future is yours. I ain't going to be able to speak on nothing about what that looked like. I'm just going to tell you about the past. Because you got to know where you come from to understand where you're going. I wouldn't give a fuck what other people say. For me, I'm telling you where we come from. There's nothing wrong with where we come from. Because if it was, we wouldn't be out here on this podcast talking about it. Right? That makes sense. So if I'm going to use this platform to do anything, why should I have to lie to y'all about any goddamn thing? I think it's easy to have this conversation because you know what? It's my life. It's my story. It's our story. Don't ask you to believe it. But one thing we try to do our best is, let me show you what's in black and white. Things that I can let you see. Things that you could go see without me having to tell you. You tear it apart all you want. The thing is, you ain't going to change what it is. It is what the fuck it is. So don't hate on it. Admire it. Hopefully, I mean, I hope it makes you guys enthused to understand that even coming from where we come from, you know, we learn from people far better than us. And just doing what they did. And I mean, a combination of them all. I mean, they all can sit back and tell you, Twin got that from so-and-so. Twin got that from so-and-so. He got that from so-and-so. He did it just like so-and-so did because there's so many things that we picked up from everybody that we use. And they knew it when they seen it. They knew it. Pull you to the side. Mo used to take a dog and put it way in. And then, you know how you get down in the starting block and how you put your in the starting block, how you put the dog's feet in the starting block?
Yeah.
Well, Mo used to put his dogs in like what he considered a starting block. You know, where the dog would be pushing off his legs. Right. But in the same time, release the dog, Mo is standing up in the same time that the dog is pushing off. So now you got a dog coming full power. That's like you throwing a motherfucker into a motherfucker.
Right.
That's throwing a motherfucker into a motherfucker is a lot harder, you know, impact than it is for a motherfucker to be running into a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because you're getting that extra And he didn't just start that in the pit. He was learning that. Them dogs been learning that at home as puppies growing up. To almost like they expected that. That's why they say
as soon as they get the lean, and they just expect to run.
They already know that front feet. By the time that front feet come,
yeah,
because they pushing off that back. By the time them back feet hit that ground, they in full go.
Right. Almost like rocking them.
Like rockets. Boom.
Yeah.
But you know your boy who's the Abrahams got that shit. But they'll sit there and tell you Twin got that from. I know where they got that shit from because we know where they got it from. Mama did the same shit. Mama got it from Mayfield. You look at Mayfield's in them old videos and watch what he doing. Just some old little things you don't even really paying attention, but pay attention. We didn't come up with that shit. There was other men that was doing it. Everybody didn't tell you the story. Everybody didn't want to know what everybody want to know what you was doing. Was it cheating? I don't know if it was cheating. Ain't nobody ever said it because they really wasn't never paying attention either, were they?
Nope.
That's all. I never knew it was cheating. When y'all sit there and tell y'all about it, yeah, you helping the dog. You getting dogs on the push off. It's 4 feet on the ground. This a man, come on. I mean, you're supposed to take advantage of every opportunity when it's on the line. You know that, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Just like we say about stories, why would you care? I would give a damn if you was on Storyworks or not. Period. Didn't matter.
Right.
But what was the majority of the game talk about? I ain't taking no chances. Where that Dex at? Where that Winstro? You hear that? What I'm saying to you, man?
Yes, sir.
They ain't taking no chance. That means they respected the fact that you was trying to take advantage of a situation and they didn't want to be left out. Ain't that what it's telling you? Some was so hyped and trying to do this shit. Yeah, there's all kind of versions of how to use that shit, man. I'm trying to tell you, I seen people poking dogs the night of the show. I ain't understand that shit because we ain't learned that way, but it's not like I didn't see it. So different strokes for different folks. Feel me?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Hey, my man Buck say Zebo produced better than Frisco per capita. You're right, Buck. Because look how many pages Frisco had. I think I seen on your show he had 21 pages.
27.
27 pages.
20.
I know it was over. It was 20. I know it was over 20 motherfucking pages. Now come on now, y'all stop that shit. If Zebo didn't need that much, man.
27 pages is ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But you know what? If you look at the top 5, except for G, everybody else got Zebo in them. Right? If you go back there and look, I mean, other than Frisco and G, but everything else do. Just go back there, you're going to find Zebo there. So, Rosie, Yellow, Buck, all them. I mean, them dogs right there, the bloodline speaks for itself. I ain't trying to piss on and everything, but I'm just saying he's right about that because Zebo wasn't bred that damn much.
Right.
And we already know Art was stolen after his 5th win. So anything that he had on the ground had to happen during his campaigning. Because really, even with Art being how he was coming out of the Northeast and up that way, because he came up out of Ohio. But, a dog with that kind of popularity in that area, wasn't too many people trying to go into him either. We talk about Ozzy now.
Mm-hmm.
No, ain't nobody really breaking their necks you know. And who bred Zebo? Dan Beer? Lonzo?
Lonzo.
Lonzo.
Yep.
Up from that area. So these are well-known people at that time up there. Very well-known. So it was, you know, just the fact that he got stolen the same night after he won is almost how grimy people did. I mean, they would have had to have followed them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Followed them where they was going, and then wait till they go in, and then took the dog out the truck. So that's just that to go show you how grimy people are. That's who else? Who was that? West Penn. Sad situation in his case. You heard how his shit went down, right? Sad.
Yeah.
Sad. But we living in a different world in different times. Hell, they was used to do that when I was growing up in the 90s. You know, you be out at the club wearing all your jewelry and shit, and people follow you home and was robbing folks.
Poor dog.
Oh shit! It was for a dog, for drugs, whatever. You know, back then, you know, them boys, you know, the jump out boys, they, you know, remember how they killed Flash?
That's what, yeah.
I mean, Ram over Flash.
Mm-hmm.
How you just get out and just shoot everybody, shoot him with everybody sitting there, and then take the dog and walk off with it. Ain't the only one standing there though. You feel me? You know, I mean, stupid shit like that is just part of everything that we have seen in life. You know, man calling the old boy, kept calling him a faggot, kept calling him a faggot. Well, when that faggot killed your ass, you know what I'm saying? How much respect did you have for the man you was calling a faggot? I mean, you are at a dog fight. How much, you know, just because the man's preference was gay did not mean that he needed to be disrespected. And that's what, you know, the man paid for it, right? I mean, how you gonna hate on that kind of shit? I mean, these things happen. But see, when you're trying to be right and good and have the integrity and have the honor as a man, as a person, you're not supposed to find yourself in them type of situations. You feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Because if you stand on business and people understand you stand on business, it's just like that old boy that stood in the court and everybody was telling everybody but him that he walked. There had to be a reason, you know?
Yeah.
See, that's the one I want to be like. I want to be like him.
Right.
I'm going to be him. You know, I run in a pair. You better get good goddamn sure that you can get both of us. Because you leave one of them out there, somebody, you're going to have a problem. You feel me?
Right.
A lot of people think like that when it comes down to their business. And how do you know when somebody's standing 10 toes down on them unless you find yourself trying to disrespect one of them? Because you hating on somebody. You want to be a hater. You like his woman and you want to just, he ain't shit, you need a real man type. You know, you got them kind out there, right?
Yeah.
And before you know it, and he be wondering why his mama dead, his sister and brother dead, and you still around. Because they just letting you know you got their attention. You ever thought of that? You remember that brother you was over there talking shit? Did you know who that was? You know, these things happen in life. These are real. This is the game I come from. Telling. How you gonna tell and come back to the same neighborhood like they do now? How y'all doing that? I mean, where y'all doing that at? It seems like that's a new thing now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How in the hell would I be in the underground knowing y'all got this kind of shit going on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I need somebody to do a goddamn background check to just have 10 on 10. On every motherfucker coming through the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, when I come from a world of 1 and 200 wasn't nothing to be at a match. See, I ain't built for this type of world right here. I mean, God has blessed me to live to see 65 in the world I come from, bro. And so when we sit here and we talk to these bulldogs, because this is just another part of what we did in life, why not keep it real about it?
Right.
Because we were like small guppies in a pond playing with the big fish. I felt like, yeah, we graduated. We graduated to the point that, yeah, we was hanging out with the big dogs. And was that impossible? No. We're just trying to tell you how we did it. A lot of other people might have did it a whole lot different than we did, but I'm just saying this is how we did it. And I don't see too many people out here with podcast cars, and you get around pretty much. It ain't too many of them like us around here, is it?
No.
And you better act like you know who the fuck Bubba Mex is, because I don't think y'all really know who he is.
Right.
I don't. I know who he really is. He's really one of them. Mm-hmm. See him all over the fucking journal. You know? Yeah. But I'm just saying.
Really, he's been dominating the West Coast, if you really want to think about it.
Hey, this is my man Buck said, it's funny how out of the blue, some troll hits the chat talking about being scammed out of 2 magazine as soon as I show up. Right. The hate is real. Well, Buck, before I even knew you was even in here, I let them know that they was in the wrong place. Right. And I'm pretty sure, being that you up in here, you know that person. If you know who that person is, I hope they know you up in here. They should have addressed that issue, because this was the time to do that.
Right.
So, in any case, fam, if you don't know who she is, I'm not going to let her sit here and try to put it off. I mean, she didn't say your name. That's why I didn't speak your name. But being that you're addressing her like that, I just want you to know I seen that, but it wasn't for me to be mentioning you. But I just wanted her to know that shit ain't happening around here, because we don't sell shit. So, big ups to you. They out here. They hate Israel. You know that. Mm-hmm. Big shout out to my man, Dark Society Kennels. What up, Dark Society? He said any RM dog is a good producer. There was many that wasn't ROM that produced box dogs. Yeah, you're right about that. But it was I'm put like this. They were so far in between, because there was so many good dogs, man, that just didn't get in the right people's hands. Mm. There have been so many people talking about they wanted a good dog, and they start out with a good dog, and they fuck up good dog. And I don't knock. Remember, we started out with good dogs, and look how many, and we thought we was doing good, but we was still fucking up. So that part to me is understandable. Where my problem comes in at is we're the ones who know how to take that beating and still keep on ticking and get it right. Well, fellas, there was a whole lot of them. If you just pick up from 1989 to 2001, you're going to find a whole goddamn lot of them. Because we name a whole bunch of them. They just popped up, and they wasn't just popping up talking. They was popping up, and you'll see 90% of the motherfuckers was breeding the shit, their own shit. And those who wasn't breeding their own shit, they had so much goddamn money that they would come up and do like the Abrahams did with Queen. She was all the way a 3-time winner. They just got their ass whooped by Pepper. And the man told me before when he lost that night, I'm finna come back and kill that bitch. And it took $25,000, and he did this what he said he was gonna do. Somebody had the right kind of motherfucking dog, and he came back and he killed Pepper. So, I mean, he got his money back he spent for the dog and the money he lost, because that same bitch went on to become an 8-time winner. Now, we might talk our shit. He didn't make the dog. He didn't breed the dog. Well, guess what? One damn thing he definitely did with dog. He made a lot of damn money, and he made that dog famous. Because guess every time we talk about Queen of Hearts, what's the name we say? What's the name we put in front of her?
Hey.
Abraham. And don't we say Abraham's Queen of Heart?
Right.
All right, then y'all better act like y'all know the motherfucking difference. She wouldn't have been shit without him. Y'all don't even know who the hell, when she was a champion, y'all had no idea who she even come from. But you remember who made her famous. That's just another way of saying that Abraham, that wasn't the only motherfucking good dog that Abrahams had either, fellas. They had a whole lot more than that going on over there. They just had one of the great ones. Remember? They had Radar. One of the greatest matches we ever seen. Until ours, Radar Martell. I got the story of how McNasty. He's seen it the same way I've seen it. It was for him, a great dog man that's seen as much as he's seen. That's still one of the best fights he ever seen. Radar Martell. So don't just think it was just one dog, because one dog didn't make them famous. The fact that they knew what to do with the right dogs is what made them famous. Because they had no problem. And money didn't scare them either. They didn't give a damn. They gonna come get that ass. You know what I'm saying? Suburbanite Paul. I mean, I can name a whole bunch of them, fellas, that can just jump on that bandwagon and you just ride. You got to trust them. You know, it's like a business agreement. You know what? The NFL consists of a whole bunch of different teams, right? 32 teams, right? And they consist of, they're all a part of this organization they call it NFL that has a commissioner, right?
That's right.
Now, all these owners conglomerate and they bring all that money together and they all getting paid through this conglomeration. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Why couldn't, I mean, believe it or not, man, I seen that done with dogs. I was part of a conglomeration of dog men that's what they did.
That's how you become great, twin.
I mean, you couldn't scare us away. You could not scare none of us away with money. There was too many of them.
I knew my boy was coming with a dog. Hell yeah, I'm about to bet with him. Hell yeah, I'm going to bet with him. He got a dog.
Running down the highway, damn near book a whole hotel. Hotel, everybody full up. You know how it is when everybody out of town. You got gambling going on, car games, lots of drinking and smoking, and a big ass, just big entertainment. But what I loved about it is I never felt uncomfortable. That I look forward to it.
Right.
I think what killed the game is they caught on. And the biggest blow to the game was Ricky Jones. Ricky Jones. Do you know the night that he got raided? The morning he got raided, that whole weekend we had been fighting dogs that whole weekend. Did you know they knew that? If you get Ricky Jones's, papers, because they're public, and just read it for yourself. Just go read the story in his own indictment papers. It was so many of us there that they couldn't want to move. That they waited till we was all gone. Go read it. It's in his indictment papers. So if they sitting here watching all of that, it shouldn't have been shit for him to tell the names of the bullshit, being they found all that fake ass money and dope there. You know what I mean? Fake money? Are you trying to tell me Ricky was winning and losing paying with fake money? You know what I'm saying? You know how many people got shocked behind that? I mean, literally, just went like, you had to go check your money.
Man.
These are just stories that, as an old motherfucker, I sit back and think about, the craziness of my life and then look at the failures that I seen people who was on that pedestal and how they fail. They fail like Frank White. Fuck about that shit. Frank White told. I don't know how y'all be loving up on that shit, but you still told.
Yeah, rat.
The fuck? You a rat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're glorifying that rat ass motherfucker. It's evident. We know he a rat. Can we pull the papers on Frank?
Yeah.
Can we pull the papers on Ricky?
Yeah.
Okay. Goddamn. What's the fucking argue about when it comes to them two motherfuckers, man?
Mm.
That's what I'm talking about. Go pull the paperwork up and read it your damn self. You don't have to be saying what somebody said. Just tell them what you read. I had the papers. I seen the papers. I got the papers. That's how I feel about when you know, the in-depthness of when you start calling people rats. You know, I just want to understand. That's a real strong word to some people, bruh.
Yeah.
I'm really one of the kind of people who don't be, you know, I mean, I feel Buck on what he, I don't deal with rats, man.
Yeah.
I really don't. I mean, and you know, McNasty was a motherfucker that had a whole lot and was responsible for us seeing a whole lot, man.
Yeah.
I can't take that from that man.
But
what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to sit on his brother, Mr. T? T didn't tell.
right.
He didn't know his brother was over there doing that buck shit.
Mm.
But I gotta hate your brother. And how can I, you know, deal with a man that he loyal to his brother?
Right.
That's one I step away from. Because I respect that part. You know what I mean? You remember the brother who gonna always play big brother to his brother?
Yeah.
I respect that brother enough to let him deal with that. Just as long as, you know, I don't want no part of that. You feel me?
Yeah.
But I can't lose my respect for the brother. I can only just, you know, stand clear of that because that man has every right to protect his brother. Snitch or not. That's him. That's
Right.
family. Goddamn loyalty, family is everything. Who am I to sit there and deny that? I stand on that. But different strokes for different folks. I'm just not one to be like, you know, social media make villains out of this game. Because we sit here and we talk about all the fucked up shit about the game. But do you notice we try to talk about all the real shit about the game?
Yeah.
The real shit. You know.
You can learn something from though.
That's what we're trying to do. Remember, these people that we talk about, they ain't in no books. So when we bring up the hardcores and the Tonys and the Victors and the Untouchables and the Yankee Boys and Vietnam and LaFons and Ram and Schoolboy and VBK and I mean, man, the list goes on. When I bring up these, I mean, it's too many. I don't even want to. Y'all got the point. You know, y'all got the.
Yeah.
When you start about them people, all them people that aren't in books, you take a ride with us, man, and you're going to hear some shit that's going to be like, let me go see. And you're going to find some great fucking dog men. And if it don't be for a lot of them dog men, you wouldn't be talking about some of the dogs you talk about with ROMs, PORs, champion and grand champions. Because them people are the men behind the great dogs. How you gonna not respect them? I think y'all should know about them. We know about the Tudors and the Carvers,
Right.
the Crenshaws, the Giroux.
Why not the Perrys and the Thibodeaux? The Doucet?
Yeah. And the Lonzo Pratt and his shit. Or Mr.
Right.
Gaston. Or old man Mr. Green. I mean
Eminem.
Eminem and them. And I'm talking about Papa Mason. Shit.
What about them Arkansas LA boys?
Hey, Mayhem and the boys. That's Mayhem and them. Arkansas,
Man,
Louisiana.
Listen, bro.
Shit, bro. You don't know?
I gotta salute Mayhem. I thought they were some ass kicking white boys for years.
Man. What you find out?
They wasn't.
Okay. Now, you know, anytime you got going hard shit down it way over there, you should have known that already. Just to know where that cool buck shit come from.
Yeah.
Because I guess because everybody thought we was Mexican too, or white.
You think y'all Mexican?
All right, however they thought about that shit, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Is that what made people think that they was white? I mean, Mexicans are white or something? Because they came up with, they created a whole new bloodline with that shit, didn't they? I mean, it is proven.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's why, I mean, I give them all the respect in the world because, shit, there you go again. That's just another example. You got the right motherfuckers with the right shit, and look what they doing with it.
Yep.
They ain't no different than what these other people was doing with it. But they way over there doing it. Just like they was way up in Seattle, Washington doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? All the way down in Texas doing it with Madden now. So, yeah, I'd be proud of the fact that our dogs could get around like that, but I still look around and say we ain't did no different than what these other motherfuckers did, and they did it on a bigger level than we did. We just showed it could be done. That's the only part we're trying to show y'all. Even based on what we done, we still got over 20-some champions that came, well, you know, our foundation dogs of ours.
It's a lot.
That's a whole lot of motherfucking dogs. And remember, we ain't nowhere close to the people above us. Just so you know what kind of, you know how many dogs that mean they would have to be responsible for? Think about how many dogs the goddamn Stone City is responsible for.
Yeah, dang.
Come on now. Hardcore. Come on, man. Super Kennels.
Super Kennels.
Come on, man. The Undertaker. I mean, look, you said, do I have to name them all, man, for y'all to understand where I'm coming from?
LA Dream Team.
You goddamn right. And I know LA.
Man, listen, man.
I know him personally.
I was so proud. Hey, listen, I was so proud hearing his story. We thought he was a Mexican.
Who, LA?
Yeah.
Man, that motherfucker, genius. Hey, if you really, really know about him, right?
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker, the most intelligent dog, man, you ever want to know in your life.
Sound like it. I was listening to him on the show.
Man,
I was so proud. I was so proud. You dig what I'm saying? Because I could put, like, when he was telling the story, it was like I could put myself in his shoes. You know what I mean? Kind of live through him a little bit. You know what I mean? And boy, I start to go looking through that goddamn blood. Shit. They was stacking that shit on top of each other, whooping the backs off people.
But you know, that motherfucker was damn near like a doctor, right?
No.
That motherfucker, man, he was cloning shit before cloning was even cloning.
What?
That man, LA, right?
Mm-hmm. That
motherfucker a bad man.
Listen, I believe.
So he was doing more than just putting shit together. That motherfucker gets down into genetics, and he try to shorten. He breaks that shit down to where he takes the guessing out of it. When he talks, do it sound like he guessing?
No, he know exactly what
that motherfucker know exactly what he doing. He know exactly what he expected because he has that intelligence, and he goes a little bit further than what we know how to do.
Listen, y'all better.
He knows how to create that genetic gene pool through DNA and match up with that chromosome, this with that shit, and then taking that, doing this blood test.
Listen, LA actually would be a great test subject for how to breed. If you look at his breedings, go from his earliest stuff, you know, the dogs changed a little bit, but then he kept right into that groove. He didn't go too far, and he beat the backs off people, bro.
Okay, who you know in the modern day times now, don't OG Loco almost take on that same persona?
Mm-hmm.
Because ain't he using his own shit?
Yeah.
You can't take that from the man.
Yeah.
He's been around long enough.
That's my dog.
OG Loco, you got to give him his love because he's been doing this long enough, and his blood speak for itself. Give a fuck.
Listen, I'm telling you,
on that West Coast,
it's good. I'm telling y'all, it's good.
I want to
You
give a
ain't got
big
to
shout out.
believe me. I got some on my yard, and it's good.
Hey, right quick, let me get this out with my man Itchy, because Itchy made this comment here, and I loved it. Itchy said Tonka was said to be an ace. You know what, Itchy? He was. Tonka was an ace. But you know what else he was? He was a damn good producer, because I think Mo showed you a whole lot of goddamn pedigrees where you see Tonka showing up in a whole lot of that shit we using now, don't you?
And it's different.
And ain't it different? So why you think we're using it?
Yeah.
Because it had to be something that we were doing now than what was actually going on when he had the opportunity to do it back then. Because back then, the only reason you didn't have a lot of Tonka shit, because they wasn't selling a bunch of Tonka shit. They was using a bunch of Tonka shit, wasn't they?
Sure.
So when you using it and you bring the right way, only the best gonna fucking survive, ain't it?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Well, goddamn, that's why everybody ain't got going hard shit too. Tonka no different. For the ones who did get it is why we can still talk about Tonka right now. You might not think he's a good producer, but then you tell me after all these years, why is he showing up now? A whole motherfucking lot.
Because he was able to produce producers.
And them dogs start falling in the right people's hands to show that.
There you go.
Difference.
There you go.
You can go back and look at the goddamn pedigrees we've been pulling up that he done showed up in. Understand, it's obvious. It's in black and fucking white, y'all. That's not our opinion. This is fact. Right? I mean,
no, you're right. You're right.
It's there. It is there. Big shout out to Tyrone Dyson. Big shout out to Heart Fitness Kennels. I see y'all, fam. Hey, what time is it here? We at 12:28. Kaz, you know, I really appreciate you, man. You a lifesaver, because I know me and you was going to have this conversation. That's why I like you when me and you on, because I talk business and I let you handle the dog talk. And you do great with it, because, man, you know, I like that combination right there. I can stick to my business part and I let you handle that dog shit, because, you know, you've been on that shit. You know where I'm coming from. I like to feel it. So I really appreciate you stopping by and showing up. Fellas, I hope y'all get some out of tonight's conversation, because it is important to understand that, you know, is it always about the ROMs and the title dogs? No.
But it's about the ROMs and the title dogs. It is.
You know, I was just finna get to that. It's not always about it, but guess what? It got to be, because it's a lot of them non-title dogs that's responsible for them ROMs and PORs and them goddamn champions and grand champions. There's so many. I mean, but it's enough of them.
True.
Shit.
True.
Well,
shit.
Stabber was not a champion. Oh, I didn't see it like that.
Klaus Stabber wasn't a champion?
Yeah, Mo said yes, he was. He said he was a champion.
Yeah, I thought he was a full-timer.
Tanner wasn't. He produced a bad motherfucker. What's another? What were they again? Like we were saying, behind a lot of them great dogs, there were other dogs, and you know that's why we keep bringing them up. We always gonna have something that's in common. You're gonna see a badass dog somewhere behind it. You know, so. It's always going to be, for me, I think it's a 50-50 thing, because like I said, nobody never knows what you're coming in when you start doing this. It's not like we sit back and wait on champions. Remember, Art was being bred the whole time, you know, before he even picked up his grand championship. So there's no way the people would have known that he was going to be whatever the fuck he was. But my thing is, it's still going to boil down. Okay, so let me take you back what we also see. What we also see in all them pedigrees, I've never seen but a couple that had from the 4th generation all the way to the 1st, that every motherfucking thing in that bitch was titled. It ain't gonna never be that. So we're not taking that away from the great dogs. Our thing was, you can still create good dogs, because you don't know what the fuck you're gonna have when you first start out. You don't have no idea what it's going to be. So if you bring good shit to good shit, we always felt like you're going to get good shit. And I think that's what Earl Tudor was doing. That's what Kobe was doing. That's what motherfucking Carver was doing.
That's what Mr. Moore was doing. Mr.
That's what Mr. Moore was
Mr.
doing.
Burks.
Goddamn, Mr. Leitner, and everybody else that came down behind that, and everybody else that we knew. We always was going to take our best shit into our best shit. And I told you, I read the Pete Sparks goddamn story. What did he say? Breed your best shit to your best shit.
Yeah.
Any dog man who ain't thinking like that is foolish any fucking way. Because now you know you guess. Big shout out to my man J-Rock coming through with a 10-piece showing that love. Appreciate that, J-Rock. I'm so far behind. I'm looking at the time on here and like I'm just getting to some shit. But then, you know what? That's why we talking. And I'm just running down through it. Just to get me through this thing right here. My man Hemi James says subjective opinion can be a never-ending argument. LOL. If you like it, fine by me. Well, you know, that's to me that's a true statement because shit, motherfucker can argue that the sky blue.
Right. Motherfucker tell you air ain't real.
See, motherfucker, yeah, or motherfucker trying to say he see air. You know what I mean? And trying to tell me how he can see the air. Well, you know, anybody can have a motherfucking
opinion,
subjective opinion. My thing is, you know how you deal with subjective opinions?
Mm-hmm.
You put the shit to the test by coming with fucking facts.
Axioms, figures. Commonly known.
I need something that I can, goddamn it, look at, touch if I can. Let me see it.
It's called objective reality. That's the other side of a subjective.
We ain't going to call it objective because the goddamn it, the objective went out the door the minute motherfucker got there and I seen it for myself.
That's right.
It's a fact based on what the fuck I'm looking at. Objective fuck what? There ain't nothing objective about what the fuck I'm seeing, touching. What I'm hearing you saying something. That's not objective thinking. I heard the nigga say it.
Yeah, I heard him. I ain't thinking he said it. He said
ain't nobody tell me what he said. I'm standing right here. I'm looking at him and I'm listening to him say it.
That's right.
There ain't nothing objective about what the fuck I'm saying.
Subjective.
Subjective or objective.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he did say it. That's a fact.
Right.
We're going to get subjective and objective about it. Let it be the reason that he said it. Because then, motherfucker, you can explain what you meant. I'm just telling you about what your motherfucking ass said. You see where I'm coming from? Yeah, I know the difference between the two. Believe that. Shit. That's why it's hard to argue with Mo and it's hard to argue with me. Because the quickest way to cut the bullshit is get straight to what the motherfucking facts.
That's right.
Goddamn, it ain't no fact finding. Don't talk about it, be about it. You think with my ass, motherfucker, let's find out.
Yep.
You know, that's where I be at. Big shout out to Itchy coming through, showing his love. Came through with a goddamn 5-piece. He said the repeat should have the breeder smiling.
That's right.
Yeah, he should. Because you know what? That first one was a test move. That second one, he fixing to load the fuck up. Cause don't be surprised when that second bus is like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Cause if you want it bad enough, you go get it.
Yep.
If you want to have a piece of it, you'll go get it. And you can't hate on a man who do that.
Nope. He didn't bring up LT today, and he gonna try it again. Trust me.
You think he ain't gonna do that LT Dre NASCAR shit again?
Shit. The hell he ain't.
You think he ain't? That's the best of the best, ain't it?
That's it. Yes, sir.
Shit, I seen that damn video. I said, time finna make a goddamn quick $100,000.
Easy.
I guarantee you ain't gonna walk up there with no $2,500 talking about buying one of them black ass puppies. Especially that little one. I bet you that little one gonna have a home forever. You know, but then again, Tom, you know, hear how he is with that money. Cause Tom was loving that motherfucker. That motherfucker was loving that motherfucker a little too much, though, wasn't he? You seen the video? Yeah, that motherfucker was loving that little bitty one a little bit too much. I don't know. Now, you might set the price right, because I guarantee that's the most expensive puppy on that yard right now.
That's right.
You know, but yeah, fellas, I just want y'all to understand, coming from our side of the world, that These dogs will only be what you make them. All of us understood that. Maybe that's why we all jumped on each other's bandwagons, because together the damage we could do when we was together compared to going against each other. Together, you couldn't scare us away with money.
Right.
It was too many of us. So we limit your space of talking. And we didn't mind traveling. We didn't mind coming to take everybody's money if you was from South Carolina, wherever the fuck you was from. When we showed up, everybody was in the house. The relationships were great, and somebody was going to be a winner and somebody was going to be a loser.
Facts.
And the fact that we all, out of all them times that we done been and seen, I ain't never been around to see nobody shot or killed. Seen a couple fights break out, but it wasn't nobody dying.
No.
A lot of arguments. That's what dog men do.
I done seen more people pass out and die in the ring than actually get shot.
Yeah. Now, there have been people who got killed, though, because, again, they got away from this shit. I mean, I don't know where people start getting, you know, this, where guns were actually showing up. Like, I seen motherfuckers, you know, videos where people actually videoing the dogs. I mean, that's two people. I mean, I'm watching a video of another motherfucker videoing the dogs and another motherfucker videoing. Now, ain't that a lot of motherfucking video going on?
That's a RICO case.
That's a goddamn RICO case. And he got everybody looking over there, down in there. Get him, boy, get him, boy. And you happen to look over at the camera. Well, they got your dumb ass. Because y'all acting like this shit was legal. One thing we all accepted and we admitted to all them big train of cars. And I mean, man, when you in a little town and you come in and you got a train of cars and you thinking you being smart, right? You know, everybody be at the gas station and we're going to take 10 at a time. But this town ain't used to seeing all these cars at the gas station. So it ain't no secret what's going on in the gas station, right? You know, where all these people come from. So if you was a po-po, might have a police station full of maybe about 5 or 6 and maybe only 3 working duty late that night, right? You think he ain't going to come looking around?
Yeah, he is.
My thing, people always knew that shit. So I gave big shout-outs and big respects for all my peeps that was in them little towns that we could ride through there with 20, 30 cars and didn't have to worry about nobody showing up, not, you know, doing none of that, because my people, evidently, y'all had this place on lockdown. I mean, all right, we're dealing with the right kind of people. These some real people right here. Oh, don't worry about it. For real, don't worry about it. We got this. And they really be gotten this. See, that's the life the album used to live. Man, I ain't never been used to being around half-ass business or bullshit. And I can tell you a lot of these people we talk about, they was really about their business. Very seldom you ever hear, you know, outside of the shit that Jesse pulled. And he really didn't do, you know, it wasn't really that bad, but it was bad enough.
Bad enough.
You know what I'm saying? But the fact that he did it, that's what made it bad enough. But, I mean, he still got his life. His family came out all right, so you know it couldn't have been that bad.
Right.
Hell, he was still alive. I mean, so I really tell you, it really wasn't that bad. It was just about, you got to give respect when respect is due. And if you can't do that, then I'm here to straighten that out. Now, how you want to deal with it. You know, that right there is what I looked at all the big people, even the, you know, the big, you know, what I call them, the big OGs.
Yeah, the big dog.
The big dogs, the people I knew was running shit.
Yeah.
One thing I never had to worry about them is them infringing on what I was doing and me infringing on what they was doing. If anything, they would love to just come down and hang out me because of what we were doing. Because maybe they just felt better and more comfortable. Because like they said, you know, it's hard to stay at the top because you can't trust nobody. I like to come down and hang it out because
guys,
you don't worry about that.
My bad.
Go ahead. You.
No, it's just that the guys who got the craziest reps be the nicest dudes.
They do.
You know what I mean?
Yep. They don't yell. They don't scream.
Big Ralph, man. If you know, you know. Shout out to Bulldog Boss, man. Mr. Bulldog. T. Roger. If you know, you know. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out Noon. You dig what I'm talking about? If you know, you know. Shout out to Gooch. If you know, you know. You know what I mean? But salute y'all boys, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Always just being 100. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that, man. I like what my man Skip Bell said. He says selective breeding requires selective decisions.
That's right.
I like that because he's right. You got to put your name on it. You got to own it. And if it don't work, who you got to blame, bro? Nobody but yourself. So, and that's sometimes, you know, you can go back and say, oh, that, you know, that breeding wasn't shit. Well, you're right, because you made the breeding and you didn't get shit out of it. Are you going to blame yourself, or are you going to blame the person that you did the business with? To me, I say, I always feel like give yourself all credit from the beginning. Even if it was your fucked up bitch you took over there. But don't call her a fucked up bitch until you take it over and try it on somebody else and don't get shit. Then you get rid of the bitch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But first and foremost, if it happened to you the first time, don't blame yourself. Blame the other man. You know, well, I mean, I'm not blaming. I mean, there's a reason why. Yeah, but sometimes you just can't go that way. I mean, it's always going to be a toss-up. But because of the decision you make, you the one who took that motherfucker over there.
Yeah.
You got to own that. You took that shit over there. Well, we all know that. That's what we're talking about. The fact is, like you said, selective breeding requires a selective decision. That means you had to make the decision to take your bitch over there to that male. Yeah. You have to make that decision. Hope, whatever the fuck you want to call it. When it come down to it, you're going to say yay or nay. I mean, that's why we try to keep that shit to, I mean, I'm own what you need to own and move on from it. Don't ride with it. Don't make the same mistake twice. That's what I'm saying. My man Johnny Rocket said, I used to think GHK was from the Virgin Islands.
I told you. I told you, bro. You think I was saying? Rossclad, boom,
boy. Smoking what they call the spiffs.
The splippertine. Smoke biffs, big splippertine.
Big splippertines, yeah. Big shout out to my man Ron King. I seen you a while. What up, fam? My man Ron said Rasta Man was the first black dog man I saw in the book. You right. That's what I said, Ron King. Well, Bill Struthers was another one that came up in the book with Luther. That he was another one. But yeah, Ron King, you're right. He was actually my first one. Now Mo said it was Luther and Mr. Struthers. But for me, I think
it's a good breeding Gameville. I was just looking at that. That's a good breeding there, sir. He threw a pad up and it's a good breed.
Skip Bell said Roster took a dog that stopped 2 times, took her and won 3. But you know, Skip, we talking about, you know, this Roster man. We're talking about a real dog, man. So that ought to tell you that it couldn't have been the dog.
It was the man.
It was the man. That's just one of them situations that where your piece of shit did it, and then a real man, a real dog man took that motherfucker and made it a motherfucking champion.
Show you what to do with that shit.
Everybody would have been talking about, I seen her quit twice. Well, yeah, you finna be one of these motherfucking 3 then. That bitch over here now. What you saying? You think you can come do it? Well, he had 3 suckers, didn't he?
Sure did.
Okay. Yeah. And the way you gonna get 3 is somebody got to climb over that wall. I'm pretty sure just because Roster Man had her. Oh, y'all seen the bitch? I heard the bitch quit twice. I'm gonna get her ass. Well, yo, bus. Yeah, that's why we are. You know, that's why we be sticking on climbing over that wall. It's easy to stand on the outside and cheerlead, man.
Sure is.
It just said Thibodeau wasn't mixed. No.
Who said that?
No, that's what he was saying. Itchy was telling somebody.
Oh.
Or no, it had a question mark. It said Thibodeau wasn't mixed. I didn't think he was mixed.
No. No, not that I know. No. Brown skin brother.
I think they like Creole because I had a couple Creole friends that had that good hair, but they was dark skinned like that. But they were just dark, but they had good like
good hair. Yeah.
Good hair, everything about them, skin just as smooth as shit. But I thought they were Creoles, and they did talk French because he knew,
they Indians.
Yeah, okay, because he knew that shit. He talked that shit, but he spoke English just like my man. What was his name, Mo? He was our recruiter. Martin. Yeah, my man Martin. He was Creole. And he could talk that shit, but he had that good hair. And he was a recruiter. He's one of the reasons we was in the Marine Corps. Told us some goddamn lies. Never forgot his,
You always called him by his name.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Lie like that. Some bit. Like we supposed to be the same color. This one right here. He says, Skip, that dog won 5 and lost 3. Okay. Now Harvey finished. He was getting the story straight. He said, that dog that we was talking about a few minutes ago, that dog won 5 and had already lost 3.
And that'll tell you everything you need to know about
that right there. But if y'all know the story about Roster Man, y'all should know Roster Man was a good book. I mean, he's a legendary dog man.
He's legendary.
My man Cool Bean said, and Buck come through calling Twins channel out the loop.
Man, y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta grow the fuck up, bro.
I don't know what that means.
Man, don't even worry about it, man. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just some bullshit trying to start some shit up between you and Buck City.
I mean, it don't. I mean, because again, what me and Buck have, y'all, me and Buck and Mo, we have crashed a couple of times, and you think it has done anything for our respect for each other?
Right.
I mean, I
don't think it ever got gonna get that bad.
It don't even matter because I don't even look at it in that kind of situation.
Right. Right.
And then one thing I hear said, Union County said, I'm glad I've had some partners since the late 90s. No drama ever. Well, in that time frame back then, I don't think, remember, if everybody was doing what I seen the majority of the people doing, I would have thought that was the funnest time of the dog game because it was so much going on.
Yeah. The 90s was out of control.
90s was out on everything.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Bro.
And money wasn't an issue back then.
Sure was.
The 80s just prepared us for the 90s. Cause shit, I think rap game blew up. Every goddamn thing blew up. Entrepreneur shit blew up. I mean, the opportunity was just unbelievable. But for these dogs, and the way in the direction that this game went in, it was because the amount of dogs was actually being matched, which led to the greatness of what survived.
Man, I will read them old match accounts and stuff. And
right.
You get into you'll go look into the match accounts. It'd be a team that brought 6, 7 dogs. You dig what I'm talking about? They done matched against everybody. You dig what I'm talking about? Didn't matter who it was. They got 5. If 15 went that night, 6 of them went through these guys. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, them boys was bringing them in, man.
Hey, look. My man Chico Nicholas, he said Detroit, MIS. And I'm taking it that, look, fellas, the Detroit area, and I mean, I'm just saying Detroit, I mean, that Michigan area and like places like Ohio. Imagine what it looked like when you got these guys in these areas, and some of them in the same cities going against each other.
Sure.
Like McNasty going into Abraham.
Yeah.
That's 2 great dog men right there. Seen a whole bunch of that shit. You think they was backing down when it came to talking shit and y'all live in the same city?
No.
I mean, it was like that in Akron. I mean, and here's the thing. The good thing about them is when it came down to traveling, you can best believe they was partners.
Yeah. When he left out the city, yeah, we together.
And we're gonna have our inner city swabbles.
Yeah, but when we go somewhere else,
but when we pack up,
yeah, you with me.
Everybody gonna be on that bandwagon, man.
That's right.
You can't. That's something that I feel like that's nothing that you can hate on. If I lost to one of them dogs, this is one of the reasons why we never went to none of our mentors, because look how many times McNasty beat up on the Abrahams and the Abrahams beat up on McNasty. But never at one time did they ever lose respect for each other as dog men. You feel me?
Yeah. Imagine if they would have took all them L's out of somebody else.
Right. You know, no, they house checking just like everybody else was in these areas. If you can't make it out of the best shit here, then why would you go somewhere? Why would I follow you anywhere else?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But if you saying that, it should be easy for either one of them to jump on each other's bandwagon and go somewhere else like they did and clean out somebody's house. It was nothing. You couldn't scare these people away with money, fellas, I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's where we ruined the game. Because what happened to the $1,500, the $2,500, the $5,000 fights?
That stopped in the early 90s.
Early 90s, bro. I swear to God. Because, man, my brother didn't have that kind of money.
Nope.
I had to do what they did. But boy, we got that kind of money, goddamn it, fuck around with them. That's why we call them the 90%ers. Because we understood what the game was all about now. 90% of the time we winning. And what started out is this little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
2 years later, we're buying a farm in Florida. You know what I'm saying? 5-acre farm with number bulldogs on it. So don't tell me what 90% won't do for a motherfucker. What? You understand what I'm saying, bro? Man, look, and I'm telling you, we wasn't the only ones doing it that way.
Eating.
I'm just saying, eating.
Mm.
And this game had a lot of people eating. It says, small time. Let me answer this question for you, small time. He said, what made you come to your conclusion regarding walk-em-all? All depends on what conclusion. Because it's one thing that's not a conclusion. What I'm saying about what walk-em-all in his yard, that's something that's evident. That's not something we speak. That's something we open the door and give people the opportunity to go show us a walk-em-all dog that made champion off a walk-em-all's yard. That means all the other people who got dogs from walk-em-all, all them years the walk-em-all was doing it, give us a list of champions that other people of their dogs could go make champion, because there weren't none. Especially when you're talking about walk-em-all having a whole of them goddamn champions. And then remember, it's not like we sit up here just talking shit about walk-em-all, because, you know, we did breed the Little John. You already know the story, so it's kind of like you like the dog so well, but then You know, remember, we back there in that time frame. We don't know what the rest of history is going to look like when it comes to walk 'em all.
Yeah, you talking about 30 years later, twin.
Right. Because after effect of all of that, remember, we still got a good dog out of the damn dog.
Right.
Nothing. Then we get something out of there, and one of them went on to do nothing. So most said we ain't getting nothing out of that shit. And that was Lil John. But then that just goes to show you, and that was the sassy girl. Now, how come everybody else was getting something out of the same bitch? We couldn't get nothing out of that Lil John.
Hmm.
And then for everybody to keep trying to make it like, you know, Big John was around, Big John wasn't around. So, we can tell that story because if Big John had been around, the man would have told us he had been around. Why? Because he didn't tell us he wasn't around, and he knew where we were coming.
Right.
And it was evident.
He knew y'all was coming to breed the Big John and didn't tell y'all that the dog wasn't there?
What, you thought we just popped up?
Right.
I tell you, we went right to the man's house. So it ain't like we popped up.
You're right.
We have been conversating. And at no time, if that man had told us that Big John was not there, we would not have been there.
Hmm.
He didn't want to breed the Little John. And for the fact that he was trying to even go back and bring some goddamn semen to the front, goddamn it, that wasn't going to go. But it's the fact that he even tried this shit. But maybe that's how he was doing. We ain't here to knock this. It's just certain people might have let people get away with that type of shit. We just didn't. And my conclusion on how we felt about Walk 'em All, no, our conclusion is always going to be based off of what did history say?
Right.
What does the black and white say? Fact. It's not a conclusion. To me, it's still an open book, but while we talking about it, go and look at why we say what we say. It's not our conclusion. You tell me what your conclusion is based on the evidence that we showed you. You tell me what you think.
Hmm.
Because if you think any different, you'll be coming back to me with a whole list of motherfucking Walk 'em All dogs off of other people's yard. There was champions. We in the 2020s, goddammit, and found one. But there's another one out there. But I'm just saying. With that much Walk 'em All, I can show you one. But I know there was one more. But come on, y'all. We still talk about 20, 30 fucking years. Don't act like we don't know. Because it's out there now. Ain't nothing in the past you can go change. Go pull them up. Go find them. And tell me what your conclusion is. Tell me what made you come up with your conclusion based regarding Walk 'em All. Don't make me do all the work. Don't worry about my conclusion. I want to hear your input. Show me what you come back with, because you already know where we stand at on it. And that ain't getting at you small time. That's why I be saying these kind of things, because I want y'all to put in the fucking work. Don't just take our word for what it is. Hell, at least we showing you. So you should already know why we come up with the conclusion, because we don't put enough evidence to prove our point. But if you feel different about it, go do your research and present it to the table. I'm always open for that. We don't never get it because we know that's a hard task. But don't throw, stones while you living in a glass house, because that's what I'm looking at that comment as. Like you might feel a certain type of way about it. Well, I'm letting you have that certain type of way because I want to know what's your conclusion regarding Walk 'em All. And remember who you're talking to, because you need to do more than just say. You need to be showing me some shit. Ain't that what we did? He said, what made me come to that? It said right there. Because what made us come to that is the facts. Look. It's called the facts. It's a fact. Is why we came to that conclusion, because the fact is they had a whole lot of motherfucking champions over there on Walk 'em All. But yet nobody could produce a champion outside of Walk 'em All. Nobody. Nobody? Come on, y'all. Stop it. Now, you want that's not a debatable point on my behalf, simply because my conclusion is just based on the facts. Now, I would hope that you would bring, based on my conclusion and my facts, bring some evidence. You know what I'm saying? I just, to look at it, it is what it is. Itchy said, I was saying loyalty in general. I got you, Itchy. Never felt like it was unpersonal, fam. Not from you anyway. Appreciate that, fam. Hey, small time. That ain't no shot at you, man. That's just, if I'm gonna teach you, if I'm gonna try to be here and give my opinion on something, I'm gonna be honest with you and let you have it the way you brought it. Because that was a good question, but I don't want you to take the answer personal. Because I think you might feel a certain type of way, and I want you to go do your homework and you come back and tell me you agree or you disagree. There's nothing wrong with that, fam. There is nothing wrong with that at all. But if you don't come back, I understand why. Because I know you're going to find out the same thing because I ain't going to lie to you. Right here, my man said, Chico Nicholas. No, Chico, not you, Chico. You from the D. McNatchy hurt a lot of people. Hurt Big Ralph and many more. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. That's true, bro. But we got to look at Big Ralph, too. Chico. Chico. Okay, Chico. I'm just saying. One man hurt another, but does that mean the other man got the right to go do the same thing that man did? No. So they on the same boat.
Damn, shout out to the grave diggers, man.
They got to be riding the same boat, and it is what it is. But, that's life. Chico Lopez, let me get in here and see what my man Union County said. Chico Lopez cannot be mentioned in some sentences as Rebel Kennels and a dog comparison. No, Rebel Kennels was a bad. Ricky Jones, hands down, one of the baddest motherfuckers in this game. I don't even know. They don't even be Chico and Ricky Jones ain't even in the same conversation. They're not even supposed to be talked about in the same kind of fucking way. They're totally two different people. Chico come all these international champions. I mean, come on. Oh my gosh. Okay. One thing you do not have to worry about Ricky Jones doing is talk about some shit overseas. Because I tell you what, goddammit, I told you we had a 3-day convention at his crib. 3 fucking days of bulldogging, fellas.
It's a lot of bulldogging.
I mean, they was from all over the world, bro. So no, there is no comparison to goddammit Chico and Ricky. I got to give Ricky his respect because he was one hell of a dog, man. But guess what? He can still get his ass whooped too. He can still get his ass whooped too. Kenny Allen, Kenny and Ricky was real good friends. They could both still get their ass kicked too, and we go to their house and whip their ass. So please understand, fellas. I'm talking about this crew. I'm talking about even some of my Ohio peeps. They been and gotten that ass.
Shout out Welsh. I got something to go real good with that, Welsh. I'm going to holler at you.
My man Tony said, one deep. You'll be disappointed expecting loyalty. History shows it. Let me ask y'all something. While we speaking on that loyalty, because I hear people looking at that in a certain type of way. And I just want y'all to understand something clearly about when I speak of loyalty. I did mention my family, right? Brothers, sisters, mama. I gave you little examples. My mama could beat my ass. I still wouldn't go call children's services on her. Why wouldn't I do that?
Respect, loyalty.
Or was I scared?
That too.
Okay. Well, I'm being honest with you because I did say I was scared, right?
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
part of it too.
That's probably, you know, for me, that's what mine was. I was scared because my mama wouldn't have gave a fuck.
Right.
She probably would have killed me. You unloyal bastard, I kill you.
Yeah.
Right? Well, that's how I talk to my kids. You know? I love them. But I will not deal with disloyalty. Now, when I talk about my friends and loyalty, I don't expect loyalty from nobody. I always said loyalty is, you know, not given, it's earned.
It's earned.
It's like respect. I mean, how do you teach loyalty? You teach it at home. How do you explain loyalty? Well, if a motherfucker don't know what it means, how would you expect him to be true to what you're saying?
Either way, he should know it when he see it.
That's one. There you go. You said it right there, Kaz. You're supposed to know what it looked like. How motherfucker treat his woman like shit, talk to his mama like shit. Why the fuck would you want somebody being like that close to you? We can be boys, but you can't be around none of the shit that I'm doing that I don't want, you know, that I need loyalty to.
Right. Because if you do it to yours, what won't you do to mine?
What won't you do to mine? If I see you treating a motherfucker fucked up, yeah, I'm gonna be cool with you, but twin, twin, let's go do this. Nah, that's okay. Twin, you need to hook me up. Nah, that's all right, man. Twin, you be over there doing everything. You ain't looking at, man, come on, man. You ain't ready for that, cuz. You see, you fuck around and get yourself hurt. Fucking with me like that. You ain't ready. That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be able to see it. It's your motherfucking decision making. You have to be able to pick the right people for the job you give them. And loyalty ain't something, and respect is not something that I look at lightly. Because before you can even get the loyalty and the respect and the honesty, motherfucker, you better have some fucking integrity about yourself. Before we even get started on the other three things, we can't even get by the integrity part. We will never get to the respect and loyalty. You know what I'm saying? I have all the respect in the world for everybody who had a part in my history and a going hard, you know, adventure in this dog game. I said respect. My loyalty only went as far as how they were loyal to me. If you let me in my house, in your house, at your table, with your family, I'm going to be loyal enough to give you the same respect to come in my house and sit with my family and the respect that you gave me with your family. Ain't that a start? If I was going to judge a person, ain't that where we start at? At least I'm working with something. To be sitting out here acting like you're working with nothing. You just throwing around loyalty like it's some big ass word. I'm loyal to that nigga. Shit, I ain't loyal to nothing that ain't worthy of it. To be loyal to something, you got to bring something to the table. We all understand that. Why did my mama want us to be loyal as brothers and sisters and as a family? Because we were her children. She feels safer when you got to deal with 9 of them instead of having to worry about one getting jumped and the other 8 standing there. Mama ain't gonna play.
We would have got skipped. We got skipped alive. We ain't built like that, no way.
Yeah, we ain't built like that. And them days and times, they wasn't rolling like that. That's why we didn't need guns. We didn't need a whole lot of going out shooting. We go out and beat your ass.
Yep.
Wasn't nothing to have whole families fighting each other. But we weren't killing each other.
Right.
That times people, if you ain't never took an ass whooping and I ain't never been in a fight, then I can understand why you would go get a gun.
Yeah. And then the crazy part is, twin, the crazy part is, them turn out to be your best friends.
Always. I mean, lifetime friends.
Yeah. Them to be the best ones. Still there.
Right.
It's 30, 40 years later. Y'all still rocking.
Shit, 2 weeks later, we all back at the park shooting some hoop together, smoking and drinking, laughing.
3 days.
Hey, look, nigga, you know I beat your ass.
Yeah.
Nigga, you better watch your mouth, cause you know I had to go. I'm working out in the gym, cause I'm gonna come get that back, nigga. We cool right now.
Yeah.
Don't take advantage, cause we gonna see this again. Fuck up, do it again. I'm gonna bring another picture to the table, bro. And you know, motherfuckers had to respect that, cause that niggas will be like, you know, the twins, man. Don't be fucking with them, cause you got to deal with both of them motherfuckers. They crazy as fuck, cause they don't know how to stop.
Yep.
And they right.
And you gonna get every time.
I can't lose all of it's 2 against 1. We ain't supposed to lose them all, Mo. Ain't no way the fuck we supposed to be losing. You know what I'm saying? We trying to make the odds to our favor, and we already 2-1. Nigga, you should have been ready. My problem ain't with you, Mo. My problem with Mike. Your fault. Your fault. You stupid ass. What you thought you gonna stand there while we banging? Nigga, you crazy. Don't be mad. You know what I'm saying? I'd be looking at that. Is that the street life? No, that's real life, man. Because if you with your boys, you gotta understand who you out here running around with people, gangs and shit, and you trying to be loyal to some shit like that, but you can't be loyal to your family. How the fuck I want you in my game and you don't have no respect or no loyalty to your own family? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man.
Got me fucked up. Y'all got life all fucked up. That's how I'm looking at that. That's just some backward ass thinking. If you can't respect your family first and have loyalty to your mother and your father and your sisters and your brothers, ain't nowhere in the hell you could be in a gang that I call something that I'm trying to be loyal to, talking about some goddamn colors. No, or the block, or what side of town I'm on.
My OG used to say, how you gonna do 20? How you willing to do 25 to life for a nigga that won't send you or pick up your phone call if you go to jail, but you not willing to do a 9 to 5 every day for your family? You willing to do 25 to life, but you won't do a 9 to 5.
Yeah, you do 25 to life, but you won't do a 9 to 5 for your family.
They used to tell me.
Yeah, that don't make sense. Don't do it.
No.
But there's so many of them out there to do it. Hey, Itchy said the Cajun rules. Some people use milk to wash. Guess that's better.
They hiding that taste.
Well, you know what, Itchy, you back from the day, you know why they used to use the milk. But you know, I used to always just taste the milk. We know why they used it, but the thing was, if you don't taste the milk, how are you ever gonna know if they was really trying you? You wash it with soap, and you rinse with milk. I always felt like you wash with soap and you rinse it with milk. What's wrong with tasting it? Because remember, the way the shit worked, you were going to taste it if it was going to be there. Just rinsing it off, and no, don't you want to? But the milk there was the best time to taste it. You know, because they really was rinsing the dog with the milk. I mean, after they did the milk thing, didn't it? Right. Okay. Well, got it. They washed the dog with the soap. They rinsed the dog, Cajun rules, and then you pour the milk on her. Right. Now, in the process of pouring the milk on her, and I always sucked the milk.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why that shit went that way. I don't mean the nicotine dog rub shit. I just always felt if anybody ever got rubbed, it was their fault, because you should have. How you let somebody get that shit off on you?
Yeah.
I feel you, hear me? I got you, fam. He said, I think we essentially agree at LL. Can we put the 17 champions each from Art or Zebo?
Shit, Zebo got about like 9, 10 champions himself.
But I mean, I think, yeah, I think we could probably do it combined. But the thing is, they didn't have the breeding careers that the other dogs that we talk about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the fact that within 55, or I think Zebo had like 100 offspring or
Yeah,
99
we can get
offspring, and he had like 10 champions.
yeah,
And
we can get them out. I mean, it's possible because
yeah,
again,
you definitely get 17 out of the two.
it's not like, well, I did say that earlier because you weren't here to hear that. But yeah, remember, right when Mayday had 17 dogs, right? That was, yeah. He only, in them 17 dogs, right? That was just one page.
Sheesh.
Yeah, that's it. But that's one page. He got 17 pages. Look what he did with just one page.
Sheesh.
Them first 17. Them first 17. That's the dogs we're talking about. The 17. With them, we're talking about, he didn't sire 17 dogs. They didn't. They went out there long enough to sire them dogs, but they had enough, produced enough that other dogs, that even Zebo is still an ROM, and so was Art. They didn't have to be 17 dogs, but their offspring were able to. Their offspring, it had to be, when you say bloodline, their offspring is what kept it going all these years, because that's why you can find it in the other dogs.
Yeah.
Right. His bloodline. They're not like Mayday. Mayday, he had them 17 early. And remember, them 17, but there wasn't. But off them 17, Victor didn't make none of them champions. None of them. So, I mean, all the people that had them dogs were the right people. That's what I've been telling y'all. Because Victor had those dogs in the right people's hands. Period. That's what mattered. That's what's going to always matter. Chico Nicholas said, taste the milk and taste the dog hair. Well, yeah. Well, that's why I used to suck the dog. I used to suck on, suck the milk. Because I would taste, you're going to taste it.
Yeah.
That was that wasn't just my understanding. That's what they say. You're going to taste that bitter. It's going to be real, real bitter. Okay, he said, that's right, Tony. Loyalty is shown, not demanded. Yeah, you're supposed to see it you're supposed to see it a block away.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own way of saying, what loyalty is supposed to look like. Everybody has their own way of what respect is supposed to look like. My best example was my parents. They demanded respect and they demanded loyalty. When it came to my kids, I'm going to teach them how to be loyal and respect if I don't know what it looks like and what I'm looking for. Well, just do what I tell you to do. Shut up when I tell you to shut up. Do what I say, not as I do. You'll figure that out once you get grown. But right now, I'm not answering them type of questions. Just do what I said. Shut the fuck up. Go do what I told you to do. Hey? Huh? You goddamn right there. I was hard. Those here. My mama was hard. She did not play. She got a household of 9. My mother and my father worked. They didn't have time to be coming home dealing with a bunch of bullshit. They were not playing and kept a clean house.
Right.
We didn't have to work growing up. We lived in the middle class. We all had bikes and wore good clothes. Never seen us in no raggedy ass tennis shoes. Nothing. So we can't tell you how it was to grow up broke, starving. They ain't never let us know it and see it. But one damn thing for sure, when your neighbor could whip your ass and they was white,
man, listen.
Color didn't matter. I know where I grew up at. You better not let the neighbors say that they caught you doing something and had to throw ass in your place.
I got 2 whoopings before I got home one time. Me and my homeboy Foster James, man. My dog just died this year too, man. Me and my dog Foster James, we had Daisy 880 BB guns, and we was out there playing Rambo, and then shot these people windows out in their house. And boy, we got beat. We got beat when we was at the corner. Then we got beat when we got to my grandmama street. Then I got beat when I got to the crib. So it was what it was, man. you was out there clowning, you liable to get it from anybody.
I'm trying, and then you're gonna get it worse if they have to call and tell you your
What?
parents that they had to check your ass. Oh, you getting destroyed. What? My man Henry James said, rumor has it that Mayfield was lucky his hair wasn't blown off like them other two guys. He's with and
He went on the
he was on the
down
down low afterwards and went a little crazy. Well, Henry, you know how these stories go, right? You know, everybody have a way of trying to tell that story. But you seen that interview how Don Mayfield talked about people? If you go and just look at other Don Mayfields, you ever hear what Don had to say about Fat Bill?
Nah, I can't remember.
Don Mayfield, have you ever heard Don Mayfield talk about anybody good except for Tudor?
Nah, he gave old Hammonds the business.
He gave Hammonds the business. He gave Maurice Carver the business.
Yep.
You know, and he was trying to, you know, throw some shade on Tudor, but he couldn't help but respect the man because, you know, look where the dogs come from.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not here to knock Don Mayfield, but then ain't that one if you just take the information that's out there and just come up with your own decision on who Don Mayfield is. He's got enough information. You hear the words coming out of his mouth. Don't you dare. I've seen enough of them interviews, haven't y'all? Make your decision based on what you see. It gives you a general idea of how the person was. Because Don Mayfield was a motherfucker. Some say he was a racist. Well, I'm just thinking he was just one of them good old country boys, and you call him like you want, but I just don't think he was a racist man because him and Mr. Mason was old Pop Mason. They were good friends.
Good, yeah. So I hear, yeah.
And Mama too. So how does that work? How you gonna call a racist somebody who just don't deal with black people? Period. Right. That's what I thought a racist was at all. Yeah. You know, so I can't put them in that category. I just think that they was just who they were. Right. If they ain't like you, they ain't like you. They liked you, they liked you. White or black, they didn't give a fuck. Mm-hmm. My man Itchy said Mayfield was attached to Tudor, but he talked with George the Hawk Sattler about conditioning because he was beating his mentor's ass with them dogs. Yeah. It was chump change. And you know what? You got to remember now, Tudor, if Tudor was using anything, he was working some shit. And, you know, remember how we tell y'all how we used to go into each other in the hood, you know, like, who was that? Lil Mayday went against Charlie. It was Lil Mayday, and he was just a pup. And we had him against Charlie. Champion Charlie. But Charlie was he was a one-time winner at the time, I think. But that was a good role. Now, if my little puppy had a quit or did anything, you know, we might not have ever been talking about Lil Mayday.
Right.
You know? That's how Mayfield and Tudor situation was. Because Mayfield said he beat up on a lot of people. Right? But come on, y'all. Let's talk about Mayfield's match record. Look at the time. Let's look at the time period and the people that was around in his time period. Mm-hmm. Okay. Pay close attention to his conversations. There's a couple dogs we can talk about, Mayfield dogs, but think about the brothers who actually had the real Mayfield dogs. Because if those who had the real Mayfield dogs, that means those had the real Tudor dogs, didn't they?
Yeah, and then let's be real, Mayfield wasn't using, when he was getting them first little wins, he was first coming out, he wasn't using his own dogs.
He was actually kicking Tudor's ass with Tudor's own dogs.
Yeah. He ain't
He
have
gave
his own.
it. Yeah. That's what was really going on. But I'm looking at Tudor, you know, you put good shit on good shit, and maybe that's what made feel better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I remember the conversation that he was talking about how Tudor's cat meal was compared to how he made his cat meal. Remember, everything when it came to Tudor, he was always trying to do better. Listen to his conversation, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
Read some of the interviews. You see, I'm not lying. You see it. He was one of them that was always trying to be better than his mentor. And he didn't mind shitting on any and everybody to get that off. That's why we never went into our mentors. That's why I'm going to always hold them to a higher standard than us, because without them, we wouldn't have never been shit anyway. I think that's the safest route to take, because we already know if you just look at Don Mayfield, would you call him a real loyal motherfucker to Earl Tudor? Would you really? Really?
No.
Just based on the conversations. Would you? You know I'm coming from now, Kaz, you be up on this type of shit.
Yeah,
now.
Listen, man.
Come on.
I don't want to. I ain't gotta say nothing when it's real.
Well, I want them to know, cause I know you fucking know. I don't want to be the only one sitting there telling that shit. You know, like I know. You can, if y'all just go see what we talking about, you can see it for your goddamn self.
Yeah, man. It's not like he was just glowing about this, man, and you know what I mean. It's not like that. It was still competition, but I get what you was talking about too, Itchy. You was talking about George Sadler whooping Tudor. Yeah, but I was saying even when Mayfield came out, he didn't have his own line. You dig what I'm talking about? He was using other people's dogs, getting them wins. You know what I mean? It is what it is, though.
He was using Tudor shit. He was using Tudor shit. That was his mentor.
Yeah, it don't
that
matter.
was his man. Big shout out to the Bad Doctor. He said, Mo, it was hard for me to see it and there, but when you there, I knew, let's shine, which we did. See, Bad Doctor is from that
He's from
that D, man.
Yeah, he's from the West Side.
You know, and when you
there, you know what it is when he come to the East Side. You know,
look, his peoples. He. I don't know how much the story y'all know about the Mad Doctor. But
yeah,
the Mad
Doctor's a motherfucker, man.
That's downright. Bad Doctor. His people was the motherfuckers.
That's right.
You know, his people was really the motherfuckers. He
was
right. He was like the, you know, the cousin that you don't want. They didn't want to get involved, but now he go get his own shit, and he come and beat them up, and they still not. He think beating them up was gonna get him in, and they just wouldn't let him in. Because why wouldn't they jump on his bandwagon? Because they wasn't loyal to what he was doing.
Yep.
Mad Doctor know exactly where I'm coming from with this. You know I know, because I know his people. And they blew up too, though. He got admitted, John. They might have been funny acting motherfuckers, but they blew up. West Side Hoorah and them boys, they was about their life. You know, got to give it to them. But they showed up. But I can understand where he coming from. Because sometimes them guys didn't let certain people in and they had their reasoning. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what the reasoning was, but he was still around the shit. But when he got in to show his shit, and he showed his shit,
that's right.
It was just sad that he didn't have more people on his bandwagon that was his people.
Yeah.
You know, and I understand his, you know, his feelings about that, because when it came time for him to shine, he didn't need them to shine. He shined on his own.
Motherfuckers be hating, but man had good dogs.
Man, y'all better act like y'all know.
Yeah, you better act like y'all fucking know. Put some respect on that nigga Mad name, bro.
That
Mad
they don't know the Bad Doctor. We be going off on Mad Doctor because he get, you know, he straight to the D. You know what I mean? And sometimes, you know, when you D oriented like he is, you forget about everything else around you, because that's how Detroit niggas is. They come on now.
Yeah.
You got to understand
y'all got to put some respect on that man's name, man.
You got to put respect on that man's name.
Because let's just be real. Let's be real. If we want to start calling out shit, you dig what I'm talking about. I'm saying not even 20% of any of you niggas listening never crossed that motherfucking line with your good talking ass in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm saying probably less than 15% of y'all have actually spun your hard-earned money and shaped the motherfucking dog and stepped over there, schooled it, did everything your motherfucking self and went out there and got a dub. You dig what I'm talking about? These niggas be doing a lot of that talking in the chat. I be noticing that shit. Don't nobody know you motherfuckers. Don't nobody know you motherfuckers. Put some respect on that nigga name, man.
I got Matt Doctor always get mad because he know I know his story. And even though we might go off and all that other shit, the fact is I give him all the respect in the world. He know how I am too. So that's why we live to deal with each other. But all the respect in the world. And for those who just don't know, believe me, the Mad Doctor, that's the reason why they call him the Mad Doctor. He know what he talk about. He had to live in that madness. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Eric Watson. He said Mayfield's name still attached on that undercard, you know, him and Jocko. That's true. My man Marcus B. What up, fam? I see you. Bird, Mayfield, Maloney, Wimberly, and Bean are the main mentees of Tudor. You're right. But you know what, Marcus? I mean, I be wanting to throw Leitner in there because of one thing. Because Kobe tried to get everybody to believe that he had nothing to do with the old family Red Dogs, man.
Yeah, damn lie.
And he told it was a goddamn lie.
Yeah, damn lie.
That part right there is why I always be looking at Leitner, because Leitner took that shit. And whether you know it or not, Maloney got them goddamn dogs from Leitner, not Tudor. I remember that now.
And remember, y'all got to remember, it's more than one Leitner.
Yeah.
You got yeah. The one we call old man is the son.
The son, right.
Yep.
Pop, his father was a motherfucker dealing with the old man Kobe, the first old man Kobe, not JB. Right.
He was fucking with JB. Yeah. He was fucking with the old man Kobe.
JP was the money man. Pops was the dog man. Mm-hmm. He the one that made the goddamn the dogs. Mm-hmm. JP is the one who revolutionized the money part of the dogs.
Right.
The Kobe line, you know, that's what he promoted. Remember, Kobe was responsible for the UKC even becoming what they became.
Shit, Primo is the dog that they got as a standard.
Yeah.
Kobe's Primo. John
P. Hey, appreciate that, Marquise. You're right. I did say that earlier. Alonzo bred Zebo. You're right. Yes, sir. I'm sorry I was late on that, but yeah, I did catch it.
Yep.
Eric Watson said Tudor was the master's master. Yeah.
Huh.
But see, y'all, there's another thing. Y'all never really ever heard too much about Tudor and the people that helped him. You know, Tudor used to run, he was a bootlegger. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
He had no black folks dealing with dogs and liquor than he had white folks.
Yeah, and listen, what they don't understand is they coming out of the same ghettos with the Irish folk. Tudor people been had money.
They've been treating it, you know, but this is why, remember, Earl was not supposed to be, he wasn't a very bright man, as they tried to say, but he was a great businessman, wasn't he?
He was a great, his granddaddy and dad, some of the very first skyscrapers in New York is named after Tudor. Y'all better listen. These niggas go back to Corcoran and O'Sullivan, and they go way back in the old Irish mob money.
I got a book here that an old man wrote, and he was one of my very first customers that invested in my company. When I first got here to Florida, started out, I was working, you know, doing a little side hustle, and this white guy told me, he said, you know what, you ever thought about doing this for yourself? I was like, not really. I did that all my life. He said, well, you've been taking care of my stuff. I think it's time for you to start, you know, messing around. And he gave me 25 grand. This man knew Earl Tudor, y'all. This man was shocked to know I knew Earl Tudor. We just knew Earl Tudor in 2 different ways. This man I'm talking about, his name is damn, I can't even. I know Mr. Plague. There's his name right there. I got his name. Mr. Plague. Mr. Plague was one of the founders of the Purina, you know, animal feed, the 4 Squares. I got his book here. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the 4 Squares meant, because you know, Purina actually started out in Oklahoma. You know, and if you follow the history of those times of Oklahoma and how a small company could turn into a world multi-billion-dollar company, because Purina is still around to this day, ain't it?
Yeah.
I'm talking about this man here was the right-hand man of the actual owner. So for him to be able to talk dogs, do you know that a lot of the dog food that they was getting back then was coming from Purina? And they were actually had special special things that they was doing. Remember, they promoted Purina right there in Oklahoma. California. And that man wound up moving from over there, and he started selling that product here in Florida, which when I met him, I didn't know that Florida had more motherfucking cows than California. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know.
I would have never, but Florida. Cattle country is bigger than California's. Now, I don't know if he was pulling my leg or not, but I know he wasn't pulling my leg because I didn't research what he said. I didn't know that the influence that the people in Florida had when it came to, goddamn, these people got all these cattle and these big ass farms. Yeah. And they are been around for hundreds of years. It's family-owned shit. The man used to talk about Marco Rubio becoming a state senator and shit long before Marco Rubio was even in the politics.
Right.
This man knew all the man gave up $100,000 4 times a year to the Republican Party here in the state of Florida. I used to think the man was racist on the other cover thing, but no, because if he was racist, he would have never had me in his house. Right. He just played me along just so long that I was taking care of him that I guess he respected me and became loyal to my friendship and the things that I was doing, that he liked me enough that he wanted to invest in me and see if I would take that money and do what I promised him that I was going to do once I got it. But the old man taught me a lot. Our relationship was so good that his 2 children were jealous of me and my wife because we spent more time with their dad than they did. And we're talking about grown people, y'all. I'm grown with kids. But
that's why Florida's so thick in bulldogs like that.
Oh my gosh. That man came here, and when I say he was a multi-millionaire, I know he was a multi-millionaire because I seen his checkbook. He had no problems telling me that, yeah, I'm rich.
Yeah.
I'm very rich. I look, yeah, you very rich. So why you here? The man lived to be 99 years old, y'all. I met him when he was 89. You know what I mean? And the relationship we had all behind me taking care of him. Not taking care of him personally as a person. I took care of his condo, his home.
Yeah.
And to where he didn't want nobody else doing it. But he was a good old man, talked much shit, knew a whole lot, and definitely knew business. And he knew dogs. But he didn't know dogs as well as he knew horses. But how do you think he knew dogs? Because he
Right.
knew
Horses. He knew breeding.
Yeah, he knew the cows, he knew the horses, but it was Tudor and some other people he was naming about, why they were getting into the dog thing. The dogs, remember the dog feed, what they needed to do, take care of the dog feed, because they would approach about the dog. And to know the Purina dog child, everybody thought Purina was all about dog food, but they wasn't. They were actually, horses and cows in the beginning.
Yeah, there was big agriculture.
That agriculture shit, when it came to Purina, and them dogs started right over there in Oklahoma with Tudor and them.
So he had a head start in the whole kibble game and how to feed and
he had the, and he knew how to sell the product. Remember, for Purina, it was all about the food. It's all about how you sell the product, because you can talk about it all day, but how does it perform?
And then you get you a couple bags of Purina. You gotta buy a Tudor dog.
Got to.
You dig what I'm saying? It just go hand in hand, right? Hey man, I can't even knock these dudes hustle, man. Some guys got it. Some guys got it, and then some people come in with the bread already, and then they just get in the bulldogs, and then they're able to branch out faster, larger than a lot of other people. Not that they're good dog men, right? It's not that they're good dog men. They're just detail oriented.
Yeah. Hey, Cool Bean. No, we didn't. I did not miss it. You talk about the .com? Nah, cuz I didn't miss it. I seen it. I'm pretty sure y'all seen it, but it's not. I mean, comments again. It's a matter of at what point, how serious y'all take shit. I don't take shit serious to the point. I mean, I want him to keep on coming and doing shit like that. Because at least he's showing up. That means he ain't scared.
Right.
That means he cool because I let him come in to be able to do his shit. You seen him come in here and he's still blue, ain't he?
Yeah.
He used to be Buck City in blue. Now we the heli TV and he's back blue again. So regardless of what we go through, I don't let that get in the way of my friendship and respect for the man.
And that's gamesmanship.
That's just how that goes.
Just being a gentleman, man.
That's all. But I'm always up for the tangle. Sometimes you got to be ready to know who you're tangling with, and I just like tangling with him.
What is this dude? This weird dude in the chat. He's got to be some type of foreigner, because like his English doesn't make sense. He doesn't spell well. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all got to stop with these tether activities. And then they make these little weird accounts, and I don't know, man. The gang things just ain't the same.
Big shout out to my man GB. He said Arkansas, Louisiana Combine was 2 people, Johnny and Levi. Well, I'm pretty sure you would know.
Yeah.
If anybody would know, G-Will would know. I think Mayhem did tell me he came in on the later end, but he was very aware of their surroundings.
Yeah,
See,
yeah. You better do some homework on Tudor and his people, Hemi James. Yeah, that nigga was an old bootlegger and gangster and shit. You dig what I'm talking about? Them niggas was sons of gangsters.
look. Big shout out to the Rabbit Man. Big shout out to Wordless. I want y'all to know I see y'all, fam. Yeah, man. You know what? You say, who was writing the stories? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not gonna be the one to sit here and be bullshitting with y'all, because when it come to them times back then, fella, let me explain something to you. My dad could not read, man. My father could not read,
Man was cut out of something different though.
but that man taught me a whole lot. That man ran. Not only did he run his own business, he was an engineer that put together when General Motors was not only making cars, but they were making appliances. For anybody who live in that Detroit area, who familiar with General Motors, General Motors are the creators and founders of that appliance we still have today called a Frigidaire.
Yeah.
My father worked in that engineering department and had the very first appliance parts store for all the Frigidaire products in northeastern Ohio. He also used to work for the I think the Martellos, the people who used to own the 49ers. They were the gangsters out of Youngstown. My father was he took care of all the laundromats, the Bartellos. So, and here's a man that didn't know how to read and write.
Mm-hmm.
But in the process of this man not knowing how to read or write, I learned everything that I know based on the way he taught me without a fucking book.
Right.
But because I was going to school and I was forced to learn how to read and write, I needed to know how to read and write to go and take the test to be a licensed contractor that I am, and I didn't have to go to school to get it. No, I ain't one of them that had to go sit in the class and learn and then go take the test. I was one of them motherfuckers that came right off the street and went and took the test. So it's not about, you can't let a handicap start you. I mean, a handicap is no excuse for your knowledge. My father's knowledge coming from Alabama as an old sharecropper because, my grandmother and my grandfather, remember they had over 110 acres of farmland that the slave master left the family. So some of us just had that part of life in us. A lot of people migrated to Detroit coming out from the damn South, getting them big jobs up there in them automobile places.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys got to understand, I live in Akron, Ohio. That was the rubber capital of the world. Akron making the tires, Detroit making the cars, Youngstown making the parts, Illinois, Chicago making these parts. Fellas, understand what
75. So all they did was come straight up 75. Yep. Get on the 94, you right into Detroit.
Straight up, and a lot of our, family heritage came from down south, and it's so much of it up north. And a lot of those people who made that transition, they are responsible for the generation like mine who learned how to read and write and still had a trade. We didn't have to depend on nobody to teach our trade because our trade came from what our family handed down to us.
Yep.
Not everybody had that opportunity. So I'm not never one to knock somebody not being able to read, because we talk about Tudor, and Tudor couldn't read either. He wasn't an educated man. But does that mean he was stupid?
No.
No.
He can't own all the shit he had and
can't do all the shit he did. Yeah. And right. And to still be dealing with JP Colby, even down to the very end, You know, and they dog, man. Remember, Kobe is the one who commercialized this shit. Don't y'all forget that. Where did the UKC come from? You're going to see J.P. Kobe and understand the reason why he did that. It wasn't to try to take care of the bulldog. It was a way that they was keeping up with the dogs that they was breeding and registering. He didn't bring Kobe. He didn't bring Tudor into that deal. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All Kobe did was commercialized it, you guys. He brought it to the light. Now, some might not have liked it, but then remember back then, they was doing this shit in the Madison Square Garden. They was having big-time conventions. So you just got to just follow time and let time take you where it take you to where we at now. But you just can't look at them back then and act like they wasn't about that life.
It was definitely about it. They was all about it.
That's true. G-Bill, I'm sorry, fam. I ain't get to the thing because, you know, by the time I feel like I was ready to shut this down, I already knew I wasn't giving up the mic because tonight was me and Kaz's show. So I think I did pretty good. What you think, Kaz?
Man, we was cooking. I think it's a good show.
I think we got a lot done. I think we covered a lot. And, I mean, some of y'all out there, we might agree to disagree, but even if I gave Mo a chance, Mo was gonna go straight right on me. I'm gonna and Mo gonna go straight right, cause Mo is gonna swerve down his way of doing that shit. He gonna come up with the numbers. But I did tell y'all I'm the businessman in this, right? Okay, I know how he feel, but I know what I went and seen, and cause I think you know what I've seen too.
Yeah.
Because you were the first one to hit me with the 50-50. Because that's what I came up with.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference because you never know.
I mean, I'm just saying, for instance, let's go back to Zebo. Zebo parents didn't have no damn they weren't champions. But damn. You dig what I'm saying? Look what they do. You know? So right back to what you're saying. And shit, I don't think I'm trying to think. Do anybody in his pedigree get? I know in the first 2-3, I don't think it's a title dog in Zebo peg. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Let me see if I can.
Hey, who is this Red Rum person?
I don't know.
You still is Red Rum? Is that Ben Brockton? Ben. Oh yeah. You know what, Ben? I know that's Ben Brockton. You know what, Ben? I thought, you know what, Ben? I'm gonna tell you what I did. Ben,
he do got Zebo in there.
Yeah, this is hey Ben. You know why I blocked you? You know, and I don't really remember too many people that I blocked because of pussy gay ass shit like that. You know, remember, Ben, just to put you back in your place, you was one who was willing to talk shit so bad that when I found out, and you didn't know how I found out, I know where you lived at. All of a sudden, you became the nice guy. You remember that conversation? All of a sudden, I was just trolling. I think the only reason you changed your mind because you want to know how I found out where you live. Well, to sit here and do the shit that you did, which makes it so clear that I know it's you, I'm going to block Red Rum. Just because I know it's you. Because you ain't changed one motherfucking bit. You still that sorry-ass, fake-ass, shit-talking piece of shit that ain't never even had a dog. But I get a chance to tell you that before I get rid of your punk ass. And unless you moved, and just in case you didn't move, remember there's a reason why you shut the fuck up the first time. Don't make it a reason why you're going to shut up forever. Because one thing I can't stand as a trolling ass, sorry ass, little punk ass bitch. And you fit every category of that. That is why you one of the main people that I kick out of my shit. Because even if you would stand up enough to say, meet me at the house, knowing I know where you live, I would have showed up just to show you. Just to show you.
These boys don't want these problems, man. Listen, you man, y'all listen.
Stop
man.
it.
This internet ain't gonna save y'all, man. Stop that shit.
No, because you get personal. You don't keep nothing about the dogs.
Yeah.
You don't got, I mean, no, J-Ville, don't give him red rum. He right about shit because he's not. Only thing he right about is sitting there running this sorry ass motherfucker mouth, coming in being somebody he ain't, because those fake ass motherfuckers, there's nothing right in it when you got to be somebody else.
Yeah.
So don't get it twisted. Don't give no flowers to where flowers ain't due, because I will go anybody's motherfucking channel and be just the same motherfucker. You gonna know who it is. I'm gonna be me. And if I can't be me, then I ain't got no business there any fucking way. Got no time to be playing no games with no grown ass man. Especially when they ain't talking about dogs but getting personal. Motherfucker, it ain't hard to find out who the fuck I am. I told you, I've always been an open book. I don't think that's what got your ass worried. The fact that I mean knowing where the fucking faggot ass live is what worried you. Don't act like I forgot. Red Rum, a.k.a. Ben Brockton. Believe me, I'm going to take care of that before the night's over. Hey, y'all. So that I just had to address that because I finally got down to it. You know what I mean? Just to let you know, I did make it down that far. So, but don't everybody get caught up in that madness. I'll tell you who that is. And I'm going to handle him just like I did Ben. His ass is through.
Man, some people just weird. You dig what I'm talking about? They just
look, man. Internet. Let me tell you about this internet shit. That internet shit. Remember when I first started doing this shit, like everybody said, the Mexican. Remember, Fat Bill said the same fucking thing. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember Fat Bill said, "Oh, no, nobody, no, nobody." Remember that?
Whew. We see how that turned out.
You see how that turned out. How the fuck you gonna not know me? I'm in two goddamn. I got a story of Pretty Mama in your book, and Brad in another interview with Victor. How you not gonna know that? How many of y'all can say that? Y'all can find y'all stories in goddamn it, the American Game Dog Times. How many of y'all can say that? Do you know any?
Very few.
I mean, I'm thinking that when that comment was made, that you thought we was bullshit when we told you we in your books. How you gonna not know who the fuck we are? No, the man even showed me a picture. He got the same picture that Victor sent him with Brad Mayday. Yeah, he got the same picture signed by Victor. So he must have got it when Victor did the story. My thing to him is, you know, how long would you let that lie go on if we hadn't brought it to his attention? Right? That's the kind of shit I be talking about. You might not know who I am, but you the fool when it's all said and done. Because how you gonna explain this shit here? I know it's a big book, but don't act like we didn't exist. There's not too many motherfuckers out here on this YouTube shit who can do that, can they? I ain't seen too many yet. Correct you with your own shit. But remember, I had the same issue at Black Ice. Live on this show. We'll call him in then. Call him. Well, you called him, but you didn't like what was said. After all these years, that man still remembered. And didn't even apologize. See, it's that kind of shit that I be talking about. I'm not the bad guy here. But I love being the motherfucker that they be talking about, fuck around and find out. I love that role. You know what I'm saying? Because some people, they just like it because it sounds good. I like it because it feels good. Because one thing I always remember telling the motherfucker, don't act like you didn't know. Because like God always give you a chance before you do something stupid. Because you always come back and say, something told me not to do that.
Yep.
I should have followed that. I call that, I be thinking, that's God.
It is. In times of darkness, men call it their conscience.
No, I call it God.
It's actually the voice of the Creator. You're exactly right.
That's how I feel about it. Because
right.
He gives you a chance. He lets you know. Don't even think that you came up with that. I should have did a damn thing. He was letting you know what you should be doing, but it's your choice, dumbass. Go ahead.
And listen, I'm telling you, every time you go against that gut feeling, something bad happens.
Because if it didn't happen, you wouldn't be saying, man, I should have listened. Something told me. I seen the sign before it even happened. I still did it.
Listen, I went to prison twice. Every time I went against that shit. And then people was telling me, don't do this. Don't go here do that. I went right there and did that.
Yeah.
Went straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
And that's just fucked up when it happened. Right? But then you can't be mad because you don't act like you didn't know. And that's where I'll be on that fuck around and find out shit.
Yep.
I don't have to, I'm not a bragger. I'm not on none of that shit right there. I deal with business. I ain't never tried, when I left my family, when I left and came here to Florida, I didn't come here to be a part of the family business. Because that's what I grew up in, a big ass family business. I came here to enjoy myself in a nice place called Florida where the sun always shining. I take my kids to Disney World and Busch Gardens. You know, we didn't have that kind of shit in Akron. And to be able to have the room to do the things that we did with the dogs. When I look back on them kind of moves, man, and being my age, I look at it almost like a learning experience where I can truly sit down here and tell y'all, you know, a lot of you guys, we talk about dogs here, but y'all don't know us personally. And so we're gonna tell you our adventure in the dog game without you having to know me personally, but you're gonna wind up, if you compare everything that I talk about in these dogs, you're gonna know who I am as a person. Because I don't change who I am. My brother doesn't change who he is. We don't have to worry about being fired from jobs that we run. We don't have to be worried about people talking shit because of the way we act. Because we control our own destination. Have always been like that. We stand on what we say, and we don't give a fuck whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, you always got a chance to walk away. But don't stand here and act like you're fixing to change our minds about the way we feel about the goddamn thing. Because if it ain't putting money in my pocket, and ain't, you know, and it ain't feeding my family, then I always gonna give you the fair chance to say I'm gonna agree to disagree and let you have that. Anything other than that, you're gonna fuck around and find out. Because you had a chance. Remember that warning? I always give you a chance to do what you're supposed to do. That's how the dog game actually worked when it came down to people talking shit about a dog. You can talk shit all you want, but if you don't produce a dog, at what time does it become just talk? Right. Should it take a whole lot of times to hearing the same motherfucker running his mouth? Are you even supposed to get mad about this person who keep talking about your dogs is sorry as fuck, but never show up with a dog? Right?
Right.
Are you supposed to get mad at that motherfucker because he don't never show up with a dog?
You crazy if you get mad.
Right, you crazy as fuck to get mad. Because I would expect everybody around that motherfucker, like, if the motherfucker go get a dog or just shut the fuck up before Twin come around here and bust your ass.
Right.
Because the minute you get off the dog, because all I'm waiting on is for you to get off the dog.
Mm.
You know, because some of the motherfuckers, they get off the dog, don't they? You know how people get, you know. You
Yeah.
ain't shit, your dog ain't shit because you ain't shit. Now, okay, that right there, we setting a new tone for a different way of looking at this conversation. But as long as you got on a dog, I will never get mad at a motherfucker talking about our dogs ain't shit. I will always be that motherfucker go get a dog. Can't you, you know somebody you can go borrow a dog?
Right.
I mean, this gets you something to where you can at least say you made an attempt other than just talking. Other than that, you can't get mad at people like that. As long as you're keeping about dog, I'm always going to be cool. We're going to argue all day.
Yeah.
But anything outside of them dogs, you always going to have a problem with me.
Hey,
I don't have to listen to all that. You a bitch. You old. I don't have to listen to none of that shit.
No. We ain't gonna
I'm cutting off all that shit. No, you was better off talking about the dog because then you could talk. Anything other than that, you can't talk because I'm not going to allow you to talk.
Not
when
like
I'm in the room.
Not like that.
Not when I'm in the house.
Grown.
Not when you're in my office. Not
I'm grown.
When you're in my business. No, you talk when I tell you to talk, right? But then I'm a businessman too. How's somebody gonna be talking shit in my house in my business? Who you think you are, right?
It's crazy.
I mean, this podcast is part of my house. You know, so just because of where you at don't change, ain't supposed to change who you are. I'm always gonna be who I am all the way around. I want this chat to know that. I want everybody who watches this podcast to know that. That when you start being something that you're not, you're only gonna be able to maintain that persona for so long because all of us ain't dead.
Right. Faking the funk.
You know what I'm saying? Faking the funk gonna fall way to the wayside. So be yourself. Don't be ashamed of being who you are. This is not a race to the top. The only race, your biggest competition in life is always going to be yourself. I'm always a true believer.
What up, dog? See you in the chat, Merc dog. What's the word?
I'm a believer in that, man. You're going to always, your biggest battle in life is going to be yourself.
It's yourself.
Who else you going to blame for your failures but you?
Yeah.
I own mine.
You your greatest adversary.
So
you your greatest adversary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, challenge yourself. I think that's what I loved about these bulldogs. Your bulldog always was a challenge to you. I mean, to us, for us. You know what I mean? Because our game is going to be based off of what we're using. You know, you look at all the people around us. The dogs were only as good as the people who had them. Didn't matter how they was bred. I just know that's Joe and Nate. You know that motherfucker coming in right.
That's right.
That's McNasty and Mr. T. You know they coming in right. There's just some motherfuckers you know they coming with a motherfucking bulldog.
Right.
And them goddamn 90%ers, they was coming with some motherfucking bulldogs, y'all. Now, if we can't teach you nothing, I hope we can teach you that much. 90%ers mean 90% of the time you always fucking won. Now, anybody ready to doubt and put that to the test based on the people we talk about, I open that door and that opportunity that I can show you better than I can tell you because ain't nothing in their history that you can go back and change. Now, am I bullshitting, Cos?
No, not even a little bit.
I'm not even a little bit because ain't nothing I'm saying about them that I can't go back and show you.
I mean, man.
Come on.
Man, these dudes that have famous runs. You dig what I'm talking about? They didn't have some runs. You know, how many of them damn champions Eminem didn't have? You dig what I'm talking about? Dudes like that. Well, how many champions really Stone City didn't have?
I mean, remember, they were still producing motherfuckers after we even got out of the game. Remember, we got out in 2008. Remember, 2004 the first time, the second time was 2008. They never stopped.
They never stopped.
No, they went international. I remember because at that point, Tony, the Stone City is big, y'all.
That's what I'm saying. My thing is how many champions they really got. You know?
That's like a story in itself. Now, I mean, one thing I can say about them, they shit wasn't like no made up shit like Chico Lopez. No, they shit is real shit.
Yeah, Chico, I'm from the D. I'm from the east side. Ugh. Still stay on the east side.
I like that Itchy he said, that's what's up. Father left the country and went city slicking. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Dad did. He left that motherfucker, and trust me, he didn't never go back until Grandma and Grandpa took me back to see him. And I think I was 9 years old when I first seen my grandmother and my grandfather for the first time. And yeah, they said still had an outhouse.
I'm on 7 in Ryan right now. Yep.
Well,
born on the east side, raised up in the Clem, moved back to the east side. Well, I've been to some everywhere. I lived everywhere. But yeah.
Oh my gosh. Itchy just don't give me no breaks. I understand the psychology part, Itchy. Cause I see that in your conversation. You said Twin got a little with Haley for a minute. A long descriptive sentence ended with a piece of shit.
Yeah, nigga.
I'm talking about Ben Brockton, man. Come on, that is a shit. I mean, you just got caught up in it.
I bought my first crib on Brinker, right off Brinker and Robinwood. The house ain't even there no more. The church bought it, but and expanded the lot right there. But I used to stay right across from the old man OG Mac, right on Brinker. Yep. That's where I bought no, that wasn't my first one. That was my second house. Yeah. I bought my
y'all stay right down there around the corner. Cause I got my family grew. I got my
nigga,
aunt,
you on Eureka.
Stay on
he right. Hey, listen, he about he ain't even that far. What, 4 or 5 streets? Me?
What about Shaw?
Nigga Chico, man.
Shaw and Jackson. That's where my aunt stayed at, down in that area. Cause I remember coming off the highway with Shaw, and then we come up on Jackson, make that right. And you know what? To be honest with y'all, when I went to Detroit to visit her, they got them alleys in the back of all the cribs and shit. It seemed like alleys. It was never a time that I didn't hear gunshots in the alleys.
Yeah, I'm on Binder, bro. I'm right on Binder. Nigga, this nigga right around the corner from me.
Yeah, that 7 mile, 8 mile. I've been all up in all that shit. I love Detroit. It was like my second home.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say not my second. I would say my 4th home, because from Carolina, Ohio to Detroit to New York, because Rochester, New York, that's my family people. The Alabama. I mean, when you just got good people everywhere, man.
Either way, you got to go to Persian. Nigga, you going to Persian. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. You the homie. You know what I mean? You a dope boy.
Bird Dog, I see you. Were you guys down there in the hood?
Were you guys? I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, well, we down in the hood. All depends. I mean, I didn't grow up in the hood, Murdoch, but when I left home, I was always in the hood because I didn't have my parents telling me I couldn't go in the hood. I didn't really have them telling me that when we were growing up because, again, back in when we were growing up, the rubber companies and all the car people, you know, that shit was still there. So, you know, we didn't really deal with the hood. A lot of my friends, they came from them type of lifestyles. But where the hood part came in, happened after all that shit left. When, you know, the family thing wasn't like it was no more. Drugs came in, and that's when you seen families falling apart and everybody, all shit going to hell. Then I started seeing what the hood was like. Because prior to that, places that used to be the middle class became the hood. What happened to the middle class? Well, the middle class moved out to the suburbs. So the hood became, you know,
The birds.
the burbs. You know what I mean? You know, so yeah, to grow up in it, I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all should have been growing up in the. If y'all old enough, you should have been able to see the change because that change happened over the whole entire United States. Places that y'all used to call hoods and run down, they tore all that shit down and started over
Yeah.
and told you, you not tear this shit up. Your ass would be out of here forever. You won't, you know what I mean? Ain't no more no easy turning the whole goddamn apartment complex into a drug house. No, no more of them days was long gone. No more taking the projects and making them dope houses and everybody. Y'all got that shit locked down. No, they tore all that shit down and put shit back the right way. And for me, I seen it because I was a home inspector. I was in Washington, D.C. and took my test to become a licensed HUD inspector. And what does HUD do? HUD was responsible for all that shit.
Mm.
And instead of HUD paying the people the money, you know, because you gotta remember, them people was the one, the owners, they're owners of those projects. That the government pays those owners. So you think if the government paying me, them people didn't give a fuck about how y'all trash that place. As long as they got them big ass paychecks,
Right.
they didn't care. But then when they started abusing it, people collecting paychecks for buildings that didn't even fucking exist. Now all of a sudden they wanted to crack down. And instead of giving them money to fix it up, no, they gave them the money to tear it down and start over and dare them because then they use people like me. Because now I can go in there and I say, I want to see your whole row, everybody who's staying where, and I can pick any one of them files randomly and check your files. And that's how the government had people like us. We could go in and take full control and then subpoena your ass and actually shut your whole complex down if you didn't comply to what we were asking for because you are government funded. I was around when that change took place. It took not place just in one city. It took place in the whole United States. If you're old enough to pay attention and wonder what happened to the fucked up hood, and now they got these nice ass places over there, that was all the big government move. So if I can tell you about I seen that move, I can also tell you I seen when the dogs became an issue. I know why all of a sudden we started getting RICO cases and all this other bullshit. Because if we wasn't making the money and enterprising it, then they would have never did nothing because as long as they was the right color, they didn't have a problem with it. Why do you think we was able to do it so long?
Right.
We were able to do it at even a bigger pace in the 90s. Don't forget that. We did more in the 90s than what they did in the 70s and 80s put together damn near.
Yeah.
You had more people doing it. You think they were going to let the 2000s roll out like that? Remember, the RICO shit just came into play.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta tap in Chico. What little league? You talking about the Cowboys right here? Farwell? My cousin Vet used to was the coach for years over there. Now we done started the Tar Heels out on 15 in Clinton Township. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shit, my son played for the Cowboys. So yeah.
Chico, Cos.
Yeah.
Y'all need to go and step out of the house, run around the corner, and hook up.
Yeah, that nigga right around the corner.
Y'all run around the goddamn corner from each other, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, twin, I ain't lying. If he 4-5 streets from me.
Hey, Cos, do me a favor, man. I really appreciate you coming on tonight, man. It's getting late. I want you to help me. You know, I want you to help me get up out of here. I want you to put your 2 cents in. Tell them about when you on. Hey, Kyle, I be checking you out on the other shit too. Man, you need to come on because I can get some real serious talk on your other subjects when it come down to that other shit too. I just don't do it over here.
Right.
I really have you fucked up because I'm a real thinker when it comes to the real shit. You notice.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I know the vibe. I know the vibe, and you look real familiar. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
So yeah. We just gotta build, man. We got more in common than we do that's separate. You know what I mean? Or different. We got more commonalities than we don't. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm sure intelligent minds can always get together and get some shit done.
That's what I'm talking about, because that's the only way you're gonna get shit done.
That's it.
Ain't that what history has shown us?
Listen, all I know is our army give us a real, if you step back and look at it, our armies, United States armies, give us a real objective lesson that it's easier for 1,000 organized niggas, right? Or 1,000 organized niggas together will whoop 10,000 unorganized people. The United States should show y'all that. You dig what I'm talking about? So
I'll make it even worse than that. I give you 10 of the right ones will whoop 1,000 organized motherfuckers.
See?
10.
See?
Of the right people could take on 1,000 people and win. And just think about why I say that, because look at the black struggle.
Yeah. It's tied in with your dog. You don't even know. They don't even understand why you love it. They have no clue that it's literally in your DNA.
You just got to understand where I'm coming from. And it takes a little bit more than me just sitting here talking, because in order to understand where I'm really coming from, you got to kind of know the history or lived it to where you can relate to what's being said. I relate why we so stuck on the dogs. If you can't love the dogs like you love your children and your family and yourself, then you need to get out of this part of the game, because you ain't right for this part.
You ain't gonna last no way.
These are Spartans.
Karma with these dogs.
These are Spartans.
Listen, karma comes fast with these dogs, man.
Yes, sir.
You gotta treat them right. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
You know what I mean? You love on them and you treat them right, they be good.
They the lowest motherfucking thing you'll ever have in your house.
What? Only motherfucker? Well, no, they'll talk back too. You think I'm talking? I had some motherfucker. Sit there, catch attitude.
At least in the process of doing it, they go do what you told them to do.
Right. They like to hurry up.
They're gonna protest, but they at least still gonna do it.
Oh no, they ain't gonna. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just the love of the game. But then you got to be in a situation to know that. Some people who don't have them type of relationships because they don't really spend that kind of time. But if you really spend that type of time with your dogs, they're going to be just like your kids. They all got their own personalities.
They sure do.
They're all going to have that different, that different feeling as far as respect when it comes to you dealing with each one as an individual instead of as a group, just saying, I got a bunch of dogs, I don't change. No, they really are a bunch of dogs that have their own personalities. And it's up to you to be a part of that. Because you had that working for you, that's just like to me, that's like a God bond. You know, when I say the God bond, we ain't walking around here with monkeys that can wear diapers and know how to go to the refrigerator. You see what a chimpanzee will do? They can be smart, can't they?
Super intelligent.
But that same raggedy motherfucker will fuck you up and kill you.
In 2 seconds and bite your fingers off.
Bite you, and chimpanzee is still stronger than the man. You ever seen a real chimpanzee?
Man, listen. They like the most ripped animal you ever seen.
Look, I had a person live right around the corner from Mo House that had a pet chimpanzee, and he wasn't no little, but he wore clothes, and but I knew the people, and let me tell you, that motherfucker was stronger than a motherfucker, man.
They said they about 4 times, 5 times stronger than a man, and they little.
They little, but that motherfucker had a grip. You know what I'm saying? And I can imagine if he got mad because he wasn't no gummy. He had his teeth. He would snarl at you and get mad and be around the house, but they know they always had that collar on him. You know what I'm saying? But God didn't make that our pet, did he?
No.
They said the dog is man's best friend. Well, if you go follow the history, that is the motherfucking truth, all the way back to Egypt, and how far else you want to go back to, y'all?
Well, they say the dog is the most knowing animal because it's the most empathetic. It's the only one that understands. Shit, if you think about it, every other animal will purposely or mistakenly kill you. The dog is the only animal that'll die for you.
That's right. That's right. And I am just a true believer in that. Been around them my whole entire life, and I really truly feel like that.
Mm-hmm.
And have more than just one type of breed. I really feel that dog is really man's best friend, based on this purpose.
And I think that's on purpose too.
Well, they will get a life for you.
Yeah. Because I don't think you could ever tame a wolf. This is how I know dogs has always been dogs. Has been dogs. They ain't never been wolves. Because you can't tame a wolf today, even if you mix it with a dog.
That's not true. I don't believe that. Now I'm telling you, I came up. My uncle had wolves.
I mean, I had wolf. Have wolf dogs and stuff like
Jamie
that.
had wolves. Real. I mean, hell, Tony Wade had a wolf. Don't tell me these are people I know had trained fucking big ass wolves.
Yeah, man, you gotta watch them motherfuckers.
Jamie Long, wolves. Tony Wade, wolves. Mr. Herman, Copeland, Akron, Ohio. Everybody would know him.
Yeah.
He had wolves.
Yeah.
Trained them. Walked around. Prettiest thing you ever want to see in life. Still, a fucking wolf is far bigger than any dog.
Yeah.
But they were trained.
That thing, wow.
So if a dog is part of the wolf family or the wolf is part of the dog family, I mean, the loyalty that I see in dogs, in all dogs, including wolves, because wolves, they're pack animals. Dogs are still pack animals. For me, I'm the alpha male. Well, in the wolf and dog world, somebody gonna be an alpha, or they gonna be banging over it. Somebody gonna be running shit, right?
Yeah.
That's God's hand. I mean, we don't have no control over it. That's God's work. Right. So I accept God's work for what it is, and I respect it, but I play my role because I understand it. In order for these dogs to be in what I want them to be, I have to spend the time.
Yep.
To get the best out of them, to get the loyalty I need with them, I need to gain their trust.
Yeah, it's definitely a connection.
And I forget, because with wolves, they call it an imprint.
Yeah.
Wolves, you've seen it on, I can't remember the show, when the wolves, how the humans turned into the wolves and how the wolves was imprinting on the baby girl type of shit. Well, in real life, wolves imprint to things, people and things that they like.
Yeah.
And they become protectors of it. If that's in a wolf, then it's in every dog. I've had dogs that imprint on my kids. There's just certain dogs that do it, that attach to one of the kids in a way that where the kid do it, and as a child, be sleeping in the doghouse with the dog.
Right.
Or the dog will cry all night because it wants to be in the house with the kid. Because anytime the kid's out of the dog's sight, the dog is not going to let you, it's going to let you know, I need to get in here where that kid is. Because that dog has been imprinted on this kid. This kid was with this dog when it was a baby. Now we're taking the kid away from the dog. Dog ain't liking it. We got to put the dog back with the kid.
Right.
Put the dog back with the kid. I don't have to worry about the dog fucking with the kid or nobody else. And we always looked at that. That's it. They imprinted. That dog became that kid's dog until we got ready to do something with that dog.
Yep.
Remember, we always tell you about our kids grew up with these dogs, y'all. They ain't never had a kid bitten, attacked, jumped on, scratched, harmed. This is why I feel like, people are at fault. It's not the dog's fault. It's always going to be the people's fault.
Yeah. And socialize your dogs, y'all. It don't make your dog soft, and it don't take any gameness away from them.
No.
It actually makes them more intelligent.
It does. Because they being what they are. All they know how to do is be. Dogs don't know how to be phony, y'all.
Yeah.
All they can do is be the best that they can be. And if it ain't in them, it just ain't going to be in them. It's up to you to figure that out. But at least understand that from a dog's point, when he is laying down his life for you, he going to do what you want him to do. That's what makes a good dog in my book.
That's right.
But our purpose might be different, but the dog don't know that, y'all.
Right.
The dog don't know that. So as I get up out of here, man, I hope y'all got something out of this conversation tonight. Kaz, really appreciate you, fam. You always make good show. I appreciate the way you get out and you spread your love. So, but I really appreciate you from coming in, helping me have that discussion tonight. I should have had Mike up there instead of Mo, but because you jumped in, I wouldn't even let Mo come on.
No, man. Y'all let my OG come on, man. He all good, man. He all good. But yeah, hey, man, y'all boys just stay 100, man. Just do the right thing when ain't nobody looking. You'll be all right. You dig what I'm saying? Hey, twin, you could do something for me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just breathe in and let that light in. Hey, y'all, I'm Cosmon, y'all, and I'm out. Peace.
Appreciate the love, man. Hey,
yes,
big
sir.
shout out to Itchy. I mean, I put that up there. Itchy said another kennel named VBK, white guy named Brazil Bulldogs, has those initials too. Yeah. I remember the Ferrero brothers because they actually came all the way from Cali to Florida to buy one of our dogs. So, and then to see Schoolboy write about them, and I thought that was big because these dudes on the West Coast, Schoolboy and them, they handled that West Coast, and they just had, that West Coast, it was, I put it like this. Just because they was over there and we was all over here, you couldn't take away, the quality of the dogs. Now, some people might, everybody say West Coast, ain't as good as the East Coast or the South is better than the North. Man, all that's a crap of shit.
Yeah, you can't prove it.
You ain't no way you're going to be able to prove that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting it out there like that. You're right. There's no reason for me to come all the way to the East Coast when I got all these goddamn West Coast dogs over here that I got to challenge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're going to say, why you going way over there, motherfucker, and we right here?
Yeah, we right here.
Shit. I understand their point. So I respect, first of all, I definitely respect them because they did come all the way, and they are a very well-known kennel. And when they left our yard, they was going to get the best coming off the yard. And what did they do with it? They just, like we was doing with our shit. They created a monster. They created a champion. Same thing about my boys up there in Seattle. I don't know what brought them all the way from there to Florida, but they came. you know, and what they get out of the deal. They got a dog to produce a grand champion, 7-time winning grand champion. So yeah, I love being a part of that history because that means we was being true to what we did. Not everybody got good dogs, but the ones that had something going on, you know, that we knew about, that you was willing to make that trip, why wouldn't we send them home with the best shit on the yard? What we considered our best shit. Why would we give them some fucked up shit? Them the kind of people you want with your shit.
Right.
That's all. I'm just trying to point that out. Not for this make like we just got some badass shit. No, because look at the people who was coming to get the badass shit.
Some badass motherfuckers.
Some badass motherfuckers. If you want, these the kind of motherfuckers you want to have that good shit. You want to see them win with it. That's why I take my hat off to all the proteges and all the people who got them dogs when we got out. Because they did exactly what they were supposed to do. Them yo dogs, what you gonna do with it? Mm-hmm. All right, now follow the lead because my man Bloodthirst, aka Having 360, getting this party started right. So give me my thing. Give me my thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. And for my man Kaz, showing up, hanging out with me tonight. Show us some love. Show us some love by giving us our goddamn roses. Roses. We need them goddamn roses. Show that love. Appreciate that, fellas. Let y'all do what y'all do. Look, I know it's 48 people. I want to give a big shout out to all my people who came in, hung out with us tonight, donated to the channel. You know what I mean? Again, can't help but respect and appreciate that because it's not a matter of how much they give. It's the fact that they give it all. Because regardless of what you give, it's always going to be appreciated because you didn't have to do it. Let me see here. I know I did this somewhere. I'm just trying to find it. But y'all know where I'm coming from. Hopefully y'all learn. I mean, I don't, you know, it's not really meant to be a lesson. I just want you guys to just take these little conversations and just ride out with them sometimes. It don't fit everybody's story. We're all going to have our own different stories in this game. But it is good to know that some of us can share the story and then let you do it your way, how you want to do it. You know? Because then it becomes your story. And it might be one day that story, you know, is one of them stories that how you gonna not talk about it? How you gonna not talk about them? If they wasn't worthy of talked about, then we wouldn't have the reason to talk about it. But for some odd reason, you gave them a reason to have something to talk about. And I'm pretty sure it's just like what history does. If it wasn't worth talking about it, we wouldn't be talking about it at all. That's what I'm talking about, fellas. Show the damn John Demery and the boys. John, I seen you out there, fam. Sorry, it took me to 237 to say something, man. But hey, fellas, y'all don't take much, don't take a lot. I don't care if you just put a one thumbs up, one muscle, one rose. At least you're making an attempt. You know, I can't ask for no more than that. Appreciate y'all for showing up, showing out. As I get ready to check out of here tonight, I mean, we was going hard, we was riding hard, discussion with her, and we covered a lot of things. I mean, appreciate that. There's no winner in these conversations. It just meant to give you something to think about. So, not trying to stress you out, but just trying to open your mind up, see it from a different point of view. You know what I'm saying? So, till Friday, you already know how I'm finna rock this. Friday, God permit, we'll be back. Hey, I'm gonna bring that up. I'm gonna wait till it gets closer to the 13th because I want to have. We got a big fight coming up. Kennels and Crawford. I want to be able to see how the audience feel about this one here. Is it good to come up that much in weight to take on somebody at that weight? can style, when you got real bulldogs, fellas. That's what I want to do Friday. I want to look at it from that point of view. We've had bulldogs that came up to go after somebody. We had some to come down to go after somebody. But I never seen a big jump like 3 weight classes. I never seen that. And I wonder, I don't think anybody would be stupid enough to do it with dogs. But is it smart that a human can be able to do it? And let's talk about it before it happened and see, because in the end, we're going to find out what's going to happen. But it'll be a good conversation to find out what it's going to look like before it happened. I like to know where y'all heads at, because that's the fun of it. Let's see when it all happens, is it anything like it was before it happened? Does the conversation change? It's going to change for somebody. It all depends on what side of the story you was on before it happened. I want to create that opening. And I'm thinking I got a couple matches back in the day where people wanted, it was just so necessary to have that sometimes you just did dumb shit just to get it off. That's why I brought up the Mayday Cody situation. Think about that situation. Did you really want it that bad that you would go through all that to prove a point? Hell yeah. Till Friday, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of your week. And I'll see you then. Until then, I'm going to just rock out with you. And remember what I said. Regardless of what you do, how you do it, just be good at what you do. If you fall down, hey, don't sit there and wallow in shit. Don't wallow in it. Get your ass up. Knock that shit off. And carry that motto with you. Give a damn how bad it is. Always. Find it in your heart. Is it a mental thing? I think it's just more than just a mental thing. Because you can mentally think about it, but you got to be able to physically do it. You got to always, care how you get it done, find it in yourself to always scratch the win. I'm out. Peace. Big shout out to my man Jay Brown Sr. in the house. I see you, fam.